the Rockies and Giants. Great day to be in our wonderful state of Colorado, celebrating the 4th of July, and a lot of folks making their way inside Coors Field. Rockies concluding this 4-game set against San Francisco today, looking to take 3 of 4. The Rockies come in with a record of 43-38. The Giants 2 games above 500 in the ultra-competitive National League West. Hi once again, and an official happy 4th of July to one and all today with my partner George Frazier. I'm Drew Goodman. Well, it is also All-Star break approaching, which means the All-Stars have been announced, and the Rockies have a couple of guys going, maybe a third, George, and a fourth that I believe got slighted.
Well, he did get slighted. Miguel Oliva put up a lot of big numbers. Why? You don't know. I mean, the players could have voted him on. They did not. It's like Matt Holliday voted on. But fans, you've got an opportunity, because Carlos Gonzalez is one of 5 players that can be voted on, and they need to do it in the next couple of days.
We'll talk more about the All-Stars in a few moments and reveal exactly who is going. We did tease that Miguel is not, but I want to talk about Rockies offense, because it seems, George, for the first 2.5 months of this season, on a regular basis, Jim Tracy was addressing the lack of offense, but not the last few days.
No, it hasn't been. They've been able to go out and do a number of things. The 7, you see the runs per game lately. You see what's going on with the average has climbed dramatically. They are also moved themselves up into the area where they're in that top 5 as hitting teams in all of baseball, and it's been a different hero every night. Pretty consistent with Gonzalez. That's been an obvious with 50 RBIs, but other guys are getting big hits. One guy particularly, Jonathan Herrera.
All right, George, who is your Wells Fargo player to bank on today?
Jonathan Herrera. What do you think about that? How about that? You just got to throw in on that one right there, didn't you? 6 for 12 in this series, folks. 3 RBIs, stolen base. And it's the key to that stolen base, first one this year for him, and an opportunity to steal a base. But the hits he's come up with have been very, very big hits.
He's been a great situational hitter for the Rockies. He has hit 14 of his 15 starts, taking over for Barmes at second. Barmes, of course, going to short. We will officially check the All-Stars when we return. the sun has been peeking out of late. We are set for a 4th of July matchup between the Rockies and Giants. Well, the All-Stars were announced today. We mentioned that Miguel Olivo got slided. There are two guys definitely going for the Colorado Rockies. I think you can guess one of them, Ubaldo Jimenez, naturally, and he'll be in line perhaps to start that ball game on Tuesday in Anaheim. Troy Tulowitzki, George, is going. Well-deserved. I didn't know with the injury the last couple of weeks, the broken wrist, if he would make it.
Well, I think, too, the players makes a lot of these votes and put guys on, and I think that's an instance here. They recognize the player, recognize what he's done, and should be rewarded for that.
And I think for a player, George, and you would know far better than I would, that means even more. They want to be voted in by the fans, but when their peers respect you, and that's how Troy got there, that means everything. Now, Carlos Gonzalez, this was added a few years ago, where fans can vote. They'll have 5 days to do it, can vote for the last player, if you will. So Cargo, who deserves to be there, so does Heath Bell. Joey Votto's had a great year. He's reached 41 straight. Billy Wagner, Ryan Zimmerman with the Washington Nationals. One of those 5 will also be going to Anaheim. We want you to vote for Cargo because he should be there.
Well, absolutely. You got till July 9th to do it. Go to MLB.com and make your vote apparent to these people, because I think a lot of times guys get voted on. It's a popularity contest. And if you're in a big market, a lot of times those guys will win the popularity contest. It only sounds right, and that's what happens. But I do think, too, the last 4 years there's been 2 Padres and 2 Brewers. Small market as far as that's concerned, not a big market. And it's just going to depend on the push by you and me and other people around here to promote Cargo for this All-Star game and get on there and vote.
All right. We're going to push Mark Stout to do some promoting as he works the ballpark today. Stout?
Hey, guys, I've got some stories about the Giants. There is a cookout going on this 4th of July in Leesburg, Georgia. That's the home of rookie Buster Posey, enjoying his first 4th of July in the big leagues. Aubrey Hupp, he's enjoying winning. And I'll tell you why Freddie Sanchez pitched in a game this year. Not a real game, but a special moment for the Giants second baseman. That's coming up during the ball game, guys.
All right, Mark, we'll look forward to all of that. We are set for baseball, so a lot of folks clad in red, white, and blue. Rockies and Giants, come on back to Coors Field with us. Is brought to you by Quest high-speed internet. Get blazing fast speeds that won't burn up your wallet. By E470, quick, easy, and available to anyone. Test drive it today. By Ford Escape, so much fun, so little fuel. Ford Escape, drive one. By Brakes Plus, a whole lot more. And by Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo customers visit wellsfargo.com/Rockies for 2-for-1 club level seats. the Giants prevailed last night 11-8 in a wild affair, snapping a 7-game losing streak. First pitch today is brought to you by Domino's Pizza. Text keyword pizza followed by a space in your name to 95323 to receive your Domino's special offer and to be entered to win a pizza party for 15. Jason Hammel's first pitch of the ball game is in there, strike one on Andres Torres. Torres has become a tough out for the Giants. He's taken over the leadoff role from Aaron Rowan. And with the addition of Pat Burrell, who is not in the lineup today, Rowan, who is in the lineup, has actually had decreased playing time, and he slid to the bottom of the order. Here's the 0-2, swung on and missed. You're talking about coming out of the gate, coming right after people. 3 heaters, and Andres Torres has to make that walk to the dugout.
Has to do it in a hurry, too. Great placement by the fastball above the hands with some late tail at 95 miles an hour.
That'll bring up Freddie Sanchez. He'll be in the 2-hole again. He's another difficult out, former National League batting champion. Aubrey Huff's hit 3 home runs in the series. Pablo Sandoval, Buster Posey, Travis Ishikawa, Edgar Renteria, Aaron Rowan, and Matt Cain. 94-mile-an-hour fastball is in the zone for a strike. Sanchez will use the whole ballpark. Rockies in the outfield shade up toward right, and that pitch is fouled off. It's 0-2. Sanchez has worn out the Rockies, particularly at Coors Field, a .395 career hitter here. And he was 3 for 5 yesterday, kind of snapping out of a bit of a funk. And the slider was up in the zone. Fouled back, 0-2. It continues on Sanchez. Freddie went to Oklahoma City University, George. They have a decent baseball program.
Very good baseball program. NAIA school in Oklahoma City, a private school.
Shattered bat, and it's going to drop behind Jonathan Herrera. So Sanchez gets the base hit to right. 1 out, 1 on for Aubrey Huff as we take a look at the scouting report on Hammel, who is 6-3 and 5-1 since coming off the DL. 89
to 95 heater. You got a curve slider mix with a changeup. Mostly the curveball has been the swing and miss pitch for him. National League ERAs in June, excuse me. Hammel's second in the league at 183. Josh Johnson, who's just been lights out, 118 for Florida Marlins. Edwin Jackson, 211. It's all been good. Strasburg, 227.
Well, over the last few weeks, Aubrey Huff tied with Prince Fielder for second most home runs in the National League with 11. And he's hit 5 of his 15 bombs this year against the Rockies. Go pick on somebody else. Moore is at third base. He's backtracking, and he'll make the catch. 2 outs. Here's the Rockies defensively. Carlos Gonzalez in left, Dexter Fowler in center. Ryan Spilborghs has right field today. Moore at third. Barnes and Herrera up the middle naturally. And Giambi's at first. Chris Ianetta will make his first appearance, or is making his first appearance in this series behind the plate. So here comes Kung Fu Panda, Pablo Sandoval. Ian Stewart, ordinarily against a right-handed pitcher, would be in the starting lineup. A lot of swelling in that elbow from getting plunked last night, though he wore a compression sleeve last night. He said it was feeling much better today. He was icing it in the clubhouse earlier, and he was trying to swing the bat, throw a little bit to see if he could be available for later on in the ballgame. Ground ball to short. Easy play for Barnes, and a very nice start for Jason Hammel. When we come back, we'll see the Rockies on offense. They've been putting up big numbers of late. No scores. We go to the bottom of the first inning, and the Rockies will have Dexter Fowler up top. Fowler is 7 for 12 in this series. That's pretty good. 1 for 4 last night with a couple of ribbies. He'll be followed by Jonathan Herrera. Speaking of a guy who's swinging the bat well, he's 6 for 12 with 3 ribbies in this series. Then Gonzalez, Jason Giambi, Ryan Spilborghs, Melvin Mora, Chris Ianetta, the red-hot Clint Barmas riding an 11-game hitting streak, and Hammel. All that brought to you by Southwest.com. First pitch, high ball 1 from Matt Cain. Matt Cain has owned the Rockies this year, 2-0. An 0.56 ERA. That's 16 innings pitched. He's allowed 1 run. High strike called there, 1-1.
50 wins in the big leagues. 10 of those have come against the Rockies. 10-6 in his career versus Colorado. The most guy in the lineup today that had the most success, Spilborghs, in his career. 5 for 16 with a couple of home runs. Tulowitzki really tore it up. 14 for 42 with 3 home runs, unfortunately, on the DL.
And you may be wondering, there's the first-time All-Star Troy Tulowitzki. Congrats to Tulo. That's a strike. 2-2. You may be wondering why Seth Smith is not in the lineup. A guy that generally plays against right-handed pitching. Smith's 0 for 13 lifetime against Matt Cain. And as George mentioned, Spilborghs has had success. Cain, George, has short arm action. Why don't you explain that to people?
I like short arm action. He's very quick out of the glove. It's not a long drop type action. 89-94, 84-88 on his cutter, which has become an out pitch for him, along with that curveball and changeup. Changeup he's worked on the last year and a half to work primarily against left-handed bats to try to counter that cutter on the inner half. 6-7 record should be much better than that. You see the fine earned run average of 2.93. See how his arm comes out of the glove very quickly? When it comes out, a lot of guys that have long arms have a very long sweep to the plate in that fashion. But what Cain does is it just drops out of the glove, and then it's a short, what I call 3-piece action. It's just straight back, up, and down. There's a 3-piece to it. You can see here. See how it just came out very quickly and went to the top, and then on the way to the plate.
Outside on Herrera. That's why I think, George, he works pretty much at 91, 92. But it explodes at the plate. You get a lot of swings and misses with Matt Cain.
Because of the short arm action, the ball that's 92 appears 95, 96.
And strike 3 on Herrera. He gets painted. So 2 quick punch outs from Matt Cain, and that'll bring up Gonzalez.
Well, according to the home plate umpire today, Paul Nauert, that's strike 3. According to the Ford strike zone, it wasn't close.
That was his changeup. Aubrey Huff's in left field. Aaron Rowan in center. Torres is in right. Sandoval, Edgar Renteria, who played Thursday, did not play Friday or Saturdays at short. Sanchez and Ishikawa at first base. Buster Posey behind the plate. The reason I kind of emphasized Ishikawa again at first, he hit the grand slam last night in the 3rd inning against Ubaldo Jimenez, his first grand slam ever given up by Jimenez. That was Ishikawa's first start in 40 games. And now he's starting in back-to-back ball games. This is fly ball to left field, and Gonzalez retired by Huff. Quick inning for Matt Cain, just 11 pitches. We'll go to the 2nd. Back sideline report. Here's Mark Stout.
All right, Drew and George. Buster Posey coming to the plate. His real name is Gerald Dempster Posey III. Here's how the Buster comes about. His dad, who's now known as Demp, was known as Buster until about the 3rd grade. He liked the nickname. It didn't stick. So when he had this Buster, he said, "You're going to be Buster." That's grounded foul. And it has stuck with Buster Posey. There is a big-time cookout going on in Leesburg, Georgia, in southern Georgia today for the 4th of July. He told me that his dad is a food distributor, and he is very proud of his grilling and smoking skills, including the jalapeno cheeseburger that they grilled down there. And he said they're watching the game, so he appreciated me saying something. But Buster Posey's a guy that's going to be around for a while. The rookie looks pretty good. Guys?
All right, Mark, thank you very much. Yeah, he is a good-looking offensive player, and he also can throw a little bit behind the plate. He's a very talented baseball player. When he was coming out of high school, he was drafted as a pitcher. Then he went to Florida State. He played shortstop initially, settled behind the plate. There was some question as to where he would play eventually as a big leaguer. He signed a bonus for more than $6 million as the 5th pick. He kind of slipped to the Giants. George, you remember that draft in 08. A lot of people thinking that Buster Posey would have been the first pick in that draft.
Well, it took a while to sign him, too, because of the amount of the money given to him. It went outside the slot money. Went well above it, but they anticipated, too, that he would be here in the big leagues quickly.
And he has arrived quickly. 2 days ago, Benji Molina was sent to Texas to clear space for Posey to catch every day. Barmes has played a flawless shortstop. 1 out here in the 2nd inning. And that'll bring up Ishikawa.
A couple of home runs. 4 of those 8 RBIs came with 1 swing last night.
And Hammel's first delivery is in there for a strike at 94 on the inside corner. Last night, this was a splitter that hung up in the zone. Got up in the wind stream. And a grand slam. There were a couple of places there, George, where Ubaldo Jimenez could have put the inning down. He got rattled. He admitted afterward he thought he was out of the inning on what was a 4-6-3 double play. But Huff got up the line. Very close play at first. And the inning continued. And keep in mind, George, the pop-up Sandoval hit to shallow center field just found open real estate.
Well, then the 2 walks after that. I think the double play and the jam shot that got out, and all of a sudden made a mistake with the 1 pitch, and it gets hit out of the ballpark.
2 balls, 2 strikes on Ishikawa. Starter most of last year. He hit 9 home runs for the Giants. With very good defense. And this is a pop-up to shallow center field. Fowler and Gonzalez. And Dexter gets it. 2 outs. A reminder, when the Rockies score 7 or more runs, as they have in 2 of the 3 ball games in this series, go to Taco Bell the following day between 4 and 6 and get your Rockies Tacos special. Feed your Rockies fever only at Taco Bell. And that's a strike on Edgar Renteria. Renteria has been on the disabled list a couple of times this year. Had a groin injury, had a hamstring injury. That's why, George, I always marvel. That's a wake-up call for Chris Ianetta. I always marvel at guys like Omar Vizquel, who have played in the middle of the diamond, one of the most athletic and demanding spots on the diamond. And they play day after day, well into their 30s, and in the case of Omar, into his 40s, because it is hard on the body. And Edgar Renteria, who's had a marvelous career, he's been on the shelf twice already in the first half.
Well, and it's not surprising because of the range you have to display at shortstop, the amount of work it takes, and then double play balls, the pressure of all those things. That eventually the body's going to start to break down a little bit.
1-2, and the slider is slapped at.
Tell you what, Ianetta got smoked on this foul ball. I mean, it comes off hard. You'll see it on the Hyundai cam right here. Just right off. Look at those straps just vibrate and shake.
You know, whenever we see that, you know, we always tend to have fun with it. It's easy when you're not the one who gets jarred by it. But I think of the former Giant, the former Cardinal, Mike Matheny, who had to leave the game because of a couple of concussions, and at least one occurred in that fashion.
I can't imagine what would hurt worse, the top of the mask or directly on, or down in the lower part of it where your jaw gets knocked back.
How about none of the above?
Yeah, if you're fortunate enough.
Strike through. Beautiful pitch. Right in the bottom of the strike zone. Second punch out for Hammel. We'll go to the bottom of the second. No score.
You know, it's one of those things. America comes out, come to the ballpark, and kind of celebrate everything all wrapped into one day. And I think it's something pretty special, and I look forward to it because. Anything except for baseball on 4th of July. It's one of those things. America comes out, come to the ballpark, and kind of celebrate everything all wrapped into one day. And I think it's something pretty special, and I look forward to it because I'm really fond of military, and that it means a lot what they sacrifice every day to sacrifice, to give us the freedom that we have here. So it means a lot, and for us just to give up playing baseball in a day when everybody can come out here, it's not that big of a sacrifice.
Words of Aaron Cook. Giambi flies to center field, 1 out. That'll bring up Ryan Spilborghs facing Matt Cain. Not a lot of Rockies have had much success against Matt Cain, but Spilborghs has hit .313, including a couple of home runs in 16 at-bats. He is the only guy on the Rockies roster that is hitting above 300. He is one of only 2 guys that's hitting above 200 lifetime against Cain. The other being Ian Stewart, who's hitting .227. I mean, Helt 196. Brad Hopp 3 for 31. Carlos Gonzalez after the out today 1 for 16. Clint Barmas is 1 for 15. Matt Cain last year an All-Star. By the way, the All-Stars for the Giants this year, Tim Lincecum and their closer, Brian Wilson. And that is another base hit for Spilborghs. First hit of the ball game for the Rockies. And I suppose it's fitting that Spielborg should get the first knock.
Well, everything Drew's talking about, Matt Cain, again, you look at his record, 6-7. This ball, inner half hanging breaking ball. It's Billy just jumped on, much like he did the other night on a pitch that he drove into right center field for a double. A couple of hops out to Aubrey Huff. How about this? And Cain starts this year. This is pretty amazing. Seven of his 17 starts, the Giants have scored 1 or no runs.
And it's not just this year, George. It's been since this kid arrived in the big leagues.
Well, I'll tell you how good he can be. When they score 3 or more runs for him, his record is 44-8.
He's received 3.34 runs of support this year, second lowest in his career. First season in the big leagues was 2006. Since then, 3.88 runs of support, worst in the big leagues. So not just 1 year, it's every year for Matt Cain.
Watch his pickoff move. Very quick feet with that short arm to, out of the glove. He gets it there in a hurry. Complete package. Good hitter also.
Melvin Mora is behind 0-2.
Now,
Mora played first base last night.
One of the advantages of the soccer-style helmet on the Hyundai Cam with Buster Posey, you'll see that because of this angle, it catches the umpire here, but a lot of times because of the way the shape of that is, a lot of times the ball ricochet left and right off of that, and a lot of padding throughout the chin area and up above. Charlie O'Brien, former Major League catcher, designed that helmet.
This is the first time Melvin has ever faced Matt Cain. Mora was 2 for 4 last night with an RBI. And Stewart had to leave the ball game late last night. He shifted to third, and Helton came on at first. That is Luke Fallon out of play. Fourth of July at the ballpark. Nice crowd tonight. 2 straight sellouts on Friday and Saturday. And another foul ball. Let's take a look at our Excel Energy fun fact. With a .353 average, Ryan Spielborg has the highest batting average versus Giants starter Matt Cain. The Rockies hitting better than .227. Mentioned that a moment ago. Did you know that you could sign up for an in-home energy audit and learn simple ways to save around your house from Excel Energy? Visit responsiblebynature.com to learn more. And a broken bat flare to left, and Huff gets there. That'll bring up Chris Ianetta, and let's check our Geico quote of the day. Got a presidential theme or a general theme all weekend long. This is from our 16th president, Abraham Lincoln. I'm glad to hear of their coming, but they will have to wait a few minutes till I get my turn at bat. A little out of context. I can't tell you exactly what the context of that quote was. That was right around when this game was formed back in the early 1860s.
By the way, Drew, if you wanted to know, and you may already know this, but the congressional baseball game played in Washington, D.C. yesterday. The Republicans won 13-5, if I'm not mistaken. Or excuse me, the Democrats did.
13-5 final.
13-5 final.
Some good athletes in the house, some former baseball players. Of course, Jim Bunning, most notable. Ianetta takes a strike on the outside corner. Spielberg's starting to go, and I don't know if it was a bluff or he didn't feel like he got a proper jump. Two and one on Ianetta. Good lifetime numbers against the Giants. Here are the two All-Stars we mentioned. Lincecum's 8-4. Two-time reigning Cy Young winner, leading the league in strikeouts. The opposition hitting a whopping .237 against him. Brian Wilson, 22 saves. Tough customer. Both very deserving. National League going to finally win this year, George?
We'd hope so. It's all for the home field advantage of the World Series. If you're wondering why there's
this down the right field line, stay fair. It's a foul ball.
You're wondering why only a couple of catchers picked for the National League All-Star game. That one of the rule changes they made about 7-8 years ago, they can reinsert the catcher into the game once they substitute. So allow them to have more pitchers on the staff, so the game they don't end up with a Milwaukee deal where they run out of pitchers in a tie game. How close was this down the line? Is that Roger in the corner on camera? He's going to give you a bird's side view of it. I apologize. Nick's down the right field line. Wave at everybody, Nick. Atta baby.
We'll give you the entire All-Star rosters in a little while. 2 and 2 on Ianetta. The two Rockies All-Stars definitely going. Ubaldo Jimenez and Troy Tulowitzki, though Tulowitzki can't play. So he'll have to be replaced.
Reyes replaced him from New York.
Okay, Jose Reyes, it's already been done. Carlos Gonzalez has a chance to go. He's one of 5 that you can vote for now until July 9th. Miguel Olivo got slighted. Happens every year to somebody. This kicks away from Posey, and now Spilborghs will be in scoring position for Ianetta with a 3-2 pitch upcoming. Now this is for the final National League All-Star spot. They started this a few years ago. The fans get to vote and do your homework. Carlos Gonzalez, deserves to be there. That's not to say that Heath Bell, Joey Votto, Billy Wagner, Ryan Zimmerman do not. And for me, and I feel this way going through the process, I'm a big one on do your homework. Don't just vote for a guy who's on your team. Vote for a guy you think ought to be there.
I couldn't agree with you more. A lot of guys get on the All-Star team. They're having poor years because of their popularity and what's happened in the past. And, if you're good enough to be there, you belong there. Those 5 guys remaining to vote for, they're all deserved to be there.
They're all deserving. Absolutely.
Of course, you'd like to see your hometown guy be the one that gets voted on and makes it.
Sure. Ball 4.
Very good at that.
That'll allow Barmes to hit. You're right, George. It was a high quality at bat by Chris Ianetta. One of the things that's hurt Matt Cain in the past, George, when it comes to getting more W's, yes, lack of run support. The other thing is at times, and he's cleaned this up, he's run his pitch count up early in the innings.
It has, and that's what's getting him out of a lot of ball games because of that. But that at bat was not because of balls thrown, but the at bat by Ianetta kept fouling a number of pitches off.
Barmes, an 11-game hitting streak.
They come to the ballpark on July 10th, next Saturday, to take photos with your favorite players and coaches. Gates open at 3:30 p.m. for that ball game against the Padres.
Barmes' career best hitting streak is 13 games. He's accomplished that a couple of times. Matt Cain misses high. 2-1. Kane's favorite player growing up, Frank Thomas. And when asked in the offseason who his toughest out was, toughest guy to face, he said fellow Tennessee native Todd Helton. 2-2. Well, you don't see Barmes beat in that area too frequently as a heater.
Fastball, it appears, and it's going to have a start to that outside corner, stay out there, and then run back towards the middle of the plate. Most of the time on Barmes, when the ball's away from him, typically that's going to be a breaking ball, not fastball.
Runs the count, both 3-2.
And Matt Cain's 154 career starts. Listen to this. This is pretty amazing. He's allowed 3 or fewer hits 44 times. 22.1% of those starts.
That is remarkable. Allowed only 1 hit today. Of course, it's just the second inning. Spilborghs has it. This is popped up right field line, and it's going to get out of play. But Cain doesn't want to load the bases. He's still going to be careful with Barmes.
He's one of the hottest bats lately in this series. It has been. You got a pitcher on deck. As much as you would like to start the inning with a pitcher next inning, you sure don't want to make a mistake with a fastball on a 3-2 count to Barmes and be down 3-0.
And the Rockies 8-hole, which has primarily been Barmes, second in the game in RBIs produced. 44 RBIs for the Rockies out of the 8-hole this year. Toronto's #1 at 47. Strike 3, kind of a delayed call by Paul Mauer. That is strikeout number 3, and that puts down the threat for Matt Cain. No scores. We go to the 3rd.
Day like that, I think it makes it a little bit better. You know, it's always fun to be out here doing what we love, and you know, to celebrate on a day like that. I think it makes it a little bit better.
All right, our Breaks Plus Take a Break poll of the game. Text your answers to 95323. Would you rather shoot off your own fireworks or go watch a show? Text Rocks 1 for shoot them myself. Text Rocks 2 for watch a show.
Can you do 3 to where you get do both?
It was one of the choices, Fraser. Some days we do have a Rocks 3, not this one. Show the text, this text, it Breaks Plus, $25 off any brake service, $10 off an oil change and filter. In the month of July, it Breaks Plus. Aaron Rowan, the 8-hole hitters, behind a strike to Jason Hammel, who beat the Padres his last time out. In fact, took a shutout into the 7th inning. Gave up a home run to Scott Hairston, then gave up a couple of hits and departed the ball game. Got painted up a little bit as those 2 runs both scored. Turned into a 6-inning, 3-run outing for Hammel. 1-2. We've talked about it before. Since coming off the disabled list, just his mannerisms on the hill, George, speak of a very confident guy.
Well, once you get things taken away, tough play for Moore. He's not even going to be able to make it. Ball stopped. He was playing deep with a 2-strike count. Well, I think when something gets taken away from you, then you start to hear the whispers, and particularly when you've been a guy that was claimed on waivers, a guy that battled up and down between the minor leagues and the big leagues, that you kind of refocus. You know, you have a tendency to take things for granted as a Major League Baseball player once you have success. And, you know, there's a lot of hard work that has to be put into it, and he's done that.
Matt Cain doesn't have a great batting average, but he has the ability to hit it over the wall. Giambi objectives. That's a break. Well, you got a bad break on the swinging bunt. You get a good break on the bunt that gets popped up in the air. So Cain is gone. 1 out. No advancement, obviously, for Rowan. Today's big hit of the week brought to you by Baco. Carlos Gonzalez hit a home run on Monday, and he had company. Rockies hit 4 on Monday at Petco. They struck Petco Park. Baco big hits of the week. Andres Torres struck out on 3 pitches to begin the ball game.
Well, an average to plus speed, 2 stolen bases, though, on the year for him. He's been caught twice.
Jason Hammel, former 10th round pick of the Tampa Rays.
Support the Colorado Rockies wives as they host their annual grab bag for charity event. Last year they raised $27,000. It'll be on July 6th and 7th behind section 131. The mystery autograph ball, all for $40 and for a great cause.
Giants won yesterday, but still just 9-19 inside the division, and 3-10 on the road inside the division. Two and one. The crowd murmuring.
A little grumpiness coming out of the Rockies dugout, too. They thought this was a pretty good pitch. Hard sinker outside corner, but the Ford strike zone shows you Paul Nara was correct.
Dodgers won again. They beat up Arizona yesterday. Arizona beat themselves up. They committed 6 errors.
Boy, how unusual that for a Major League game for Major League Baseball players to have 6 errors in one game.
Dodgers now 22-6 for age inside the division. The Rockies 18-15, which is the second best mark in the division. Now it's 3-1. Padres, for all of their winning, they're just 15-13 in the division, so they've done great work outside the NL West. Arizona's 10-21. The Giants 9-19. Will Rowan be moving here? He is. Ball 4. And now you have a very good situational hitter in Freddie Sanchez coming up.
Well, you can't go to sleep. Basically what Drew's talking about on the mound. You got to be able to hold the runner on very close. Don't allow them to get too big of a lead, because they'll throw a hit and run on in a heartbeat. Worked last night to perfection with Freddie up at the plate. Hey, by the way, we've been talking about the All-Star voting, and it isn't over yet. You can vote online July 4th through the 8th at 4 p.m. Eastern time. We'd said earlier July 9th. That's not true. It's July the 8th at 4 p.m. for the final 2 All-Stars on the American League National League ball clubs.
1 strike count on Sanchez. Freddie had his bat broken in the first inning, hit a little flare for a base hit into short right field. This is popped up, Giambi and Ianetta, and nobody's going to get there. Into the first top step of the dugout. Repair that chip in your windshield. Call Safelite Elite Auto Glass at 303-287-5000, online at safelite.com. Giants are on the road while the Rockies are at home leading into the All-Star break. Giants playing game 4 of an 11-game road trip. They'll also go to Milwaukee and Washington. Here's the 0-2. That swing right there, George, is why Sanchez is a tough out.
Well, so it's about 15 inches from that where he positions his hands to the strike zone, and he can get there as quick as anybody. And he can fight off a number of pitches. And again, this is a guy, think about this. He went totally unnoticed coming out of high school. He ends up at Oklahoma City University and wins a batting title in the big leagues. They come from everywhere. This drives you crazy.
Two-strike count. 3 hits last night for Freddie Sanchez. 2 on, 1 out, scoreless game. We're in the 3rd. When he went to Pittsburgh from Boston, it was on the recommendation of then Pirate shortstop Jack Wilson, who had played with Freddie Sanchez. Played against him in the minor leagues and knew him well, and said, this guy can hit. Good job by Ianetta. Just missed.
You can see where it does miss. Earlier, there's you know, they got the strikeout of Kane on a fastball up and away on Barmas, but you can see this ball is well off of the plate.
He can wear out a pitching staff by himself, Sanchez. Battling away. Freddie from Burbank, California, Glendale Community College, and then, as we mentioned, on to great career at Oklahoma City University, where he's an NAIA All-American. If you can play, they will find you. Swung on and missed and held by Ianetta. Hammel got him to chase George above his hands.
Well, again, he's tried every location in this at bat. He's gone from top to bottom, side to side. Nothing had happened, so he just ran a fastball well above his hands. And just, I mean, he swung underneath and missed this ball by 2 feet. It's one location they had not gone to.
And here's Aubrey Huff, primarily a pull hitter. Popped to third, though, his first time up. That ball he hit on last night in the 9th inning to give Brian Wilson a 3-run cushion. Off-speed pitch. He was out on his front foot. Still got enough of the barrel and enough bat speed to serve it into the seats and right just over the scoreboard. 2-0 count on Huff. He'll be sitting dead red here. Ianetta in the outside corner as the slider hit his location. So it's 2-1. Huff has been knocked at different places in his career for not being a great defensive player, but he's played very well in the outfield and at first this year for the Giants. Swung on a miss, 2-2. As again, Hammel changes speeds on Huff. Those are the big differences, Frazier, right, between the big leagues and other levels. 2-0, you get a slider, backdoor. 2-1, you still don't get the heater, you get the changeup.
That's why guys win, because they have the ability to go do that. That's why you try to develop secondary pitches. You want to develop fastball command early in a guy's career in the minor leagues, and the next step coming forward is to get that secondary pitch where you need it.
There's the heater, and he couldn't catch up. That's a great piece of pitching there. 2 men on, he strikes out Freddie Sanchez after a lengthy battle, and he gets the dangerous Aubrey Huff. No score, middle of 3. .470, quick, easy, and available to anyone. Test drive it today. Day off tomorrow for the Rockies. And then the Cardinals will be here with Pujols and Holiday and their skipper Tony La Russa. And then the Padres are in town over the weekend. And then it's the All-Star break. And the Rockies, as Jason Hammel swings through that offering, the Rockies, George, have Thursday off. They have the extended break, which they haven't had frequently, at least that I can recall over the years. I know a couple of years ago it happened, but usually it's been one of those deals where the Rockies are playing again on Thursday. This year, their first game will be in Cincinnati on Friday. So an extra day off, and players love that.
Well, you can kind of plan something, because you're going to have a workout typically on Thursday before you leave town. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. The majority of the time they do.
Hammel's gone on 3 pitches. That is the 4th strikeout for Matt Cain. That'll bring up Dexter Fowler. He struck out back in the first inning. Rockies have 1 hit. They've also received a walk. Here's our AT&T trivia question. 20 years, 11 months, and 4 days, the Braves' Jason Hayward would be the 2nd youngest All-Star starter. Can you name the youngest? This is pulled to right, and it is in the corner, knocked down. Fowler is going to have himself a triple. Is Dex okay? Yeah, appears to be. Kind of had an awkward slide, George, at the end. I wanted
just
to
a little bit
sure.
a little bit of a strawberry. Those bite as much as a twisted ankle at times. You get it. There's the breaking ball down and in, 76 miles an hour. The one pitcher to give Dexter a ton of trouble before he went down to AAA. Lowered the hands, made some adjustments. Torres able to knock it down, and it's the long throw to third by then. Dexter's well on his way into third base. Slid awkwardly over the bag. He's going to have a pretty good strawberry on that left shin that went over the top of that bag.
Bruce Bochy with one out. And Kane and Hammel throwing up a lot of zeros. He's going to pull the infield in with Johnny Herrera at the plate. And Herrera drives it to deep right center field. He'll get the run home. And it almost wasn't caught. Aaron Rowan makes the catch. Johnny Herrera comes through again. That may be as far as he can hit it. That is getting it done. Got to pitch up. He knew he wanted to lift it. He's been marvelous.
Just what you asked him to do, and I think that's a ball that Drew mentioned. It's about belt-tie fastball, and he was able to throw the ball by him earlier in his first at bat when he struck him out on the Hyundai cam, and all he's trying to do is lift it to about 250 feet with the speed. Now, it's funny because Torres and Rowan both ran into each other. It appeared to they were getting ready to. One thought the other was going to have the catch.
Tell you what, Rowan sticks out the glove and just does make that catch. George, who was the Wells Fargo player to bank on today?
Johnny Herrera.
Well, nice selection.
Good, huh?
Yeah, nice selection.
I had a little help on that. Mike Fox, the producer. We originally had some other people, and he brought up the name Johnny Herrera, and here we go. Paid off early. Go to the ATM. It's like cash, right?
He's been money. Here's his childhood buddy at the plate, Carlos Gonzalez. He's been money also. 2-0 count on Cargo. Hit a fly ball to shallow left his first time up. A couple of hits last night, including another homer. 3-0. He is still ultra aggressive. Make no mistake about that. But would you agree that he's becoming a little more selective of late?
Early, I think he will. I think as the game progresses with the same starter, he goes back and is very aggressive.
Here's another aside to the work that Johnny Herrera has done as you look at Giambi on deck. The Rockies are 11-8 with Herrera starting at second base. A loud foul ball.
Well, it all kind of coincides. I mean, you can say that, Johnny Herrera, right, the record you're talking about, it's his base hits and plays made, but Clint Barmas got hot over that period, and Gonzalez has continued to stay hot. Dexter Fowler has come up and played well. A lot of energy feeding off that second baseman.
Here's the 3-2. And that bounces up there. Gonzalez will go to first. And Giambi will come up. Let's see if Jim Tracy will be aggressive early in the count here. 2 outs. You have a 1-0 lead. Hard to string together hits against Kane. You have your leading base stealer at first base.
Why not? Turn him loose, get a ball in the gap, and all of a sudden you got the 2-0 ball game. By the way, Herrera since Tulo went on the DL, 24 for 65. He's hitting 14 of 15 ball games. He's hit 369.
Big swing and a miss. Giambi against Matt Cain. Giambi's 0 for 5 lifetime against Cain. Got the shift on. Let me ask you something, George. Freddie Sanchez is playing 30, 40 feet in the outfield. Giambi is one of the strongest men in baseball, but he's not the only left-handed bat that pulls the baseball, and you don't see that kind of alignment real frequently. In terms of, you may see a guy step out on the outfield grass to help with range.
The only other guy I've seen that set out that far when they hit was Barry Bonds.
Yeah.
It's the only other left-hander I've seen in the last 12, 13 years defensively that they do that with, and it actually gives them a little more range, particularly with the runner on, to try to get to a ball. And it's happened in this series with Sanchez. The first night that Giambi started at first base and hit a hard shot out there.
1 and 2. I can almost guarantee you that Cargo will take off here. Well, I can't guarantee that, but I would be guessing that
you
Cargo
would
will be
like
running.
for him to take off right here, and so would I. Get into scoring position and let him make a little mistake on it. But again, remember, Kane's got a very quick move to first base with his feet, much like Jamie Wright did in a Rockies uniform, where he picked off 16 guys in a year.
Gonzalez is 12 of 16 swiping bases. There he goes, and Giambi fouls it off. Let's take a look at the Amica hit zone on Giambi. Amica, it's not how you're covered, it's how you're treated.
Down and in, if you go down and in or down and away from Giambi, obviously has yet to hit a ball and put it in fair territory. Now you look at that number 300 up here, you know, it's a number on a fastball up and away that he's hit into left center field. Tag up that strike zone on top of it, you can see where he's working. Everything up and away, not letting him drop the head of the bat on it, and utilize that strength and leverage.
Gonzalez not going, and Giambi was on that pitch, George. That was the first fastball that was really in the strike zone.
Look at the reaction of a hitter after a swing. If we carry this replay through at Giambi, it'll tell you just how mad he is that he didn't get a hold of this baseball. And you see him throw it away, turn their heads, toss the bat. I mean, there's a number of things that went on, but he was right on this fastball.
Kane taking a long look at Buster Posey. Got the sign now. Swung on and missed. Gonzalez was running. That'll end the inning, but the Rockies get the first marker of the afternoon. A triple by Fowler, a sac fly by Herrera. Series. How about Dexter Fowler? Returned to the big leagues earlier this week, and he's been extraordinary here against the Giants. 8 for 13, 3 triples in the series. He's not done yet. He scored the first run of the ball game. That's presented by the Colorado Association of Mechanical and Plumbing Contractors. To have your next building or service project done right the first time, visit jobdoneright.org. Pablo Sandoval takes low ball 1. Sandoval bounced to short his first time against Jason Hammel. And he's going to bounce this one to Johnny Herrera. All right. The All-Stars were announced earlier today, including those voted by the players, selections by Charlie Manuel. Albert Pujols will start at first. No surprise there. Chase Utley is going to be replaced. He's out for a couple of months with an injury. Utley voted in. Hanley Ramirez voted in. David Wright leading the league in RBIs, hitting over 300, deserving to go. Yadier Molina. And this is where I have an issue. Yadier's a great catcher, probably the best defensive catcher in the game. But he's hitting only .230 with 3 home runs, 31 driven in. He's caught 47% of would-be base stealers. Olivo's hitting .308, 11 homers, 39 RBIs. He has cut down 51%. And back to the outfield quickly. You have Brian Braun, Andre Ethier, both deserving. Jason Hayward's got a lot of attention. He's a kid. He's going to be a great player. I don't think he's deserving of starting just yet, George, looking at the numbers.
Well, and he's on the DL too. So, I mean, I have to wait and see how that pans out by the time they play the game. If he comes back off that injury.
There's a swing pitch, and it's 1-2 on Posey. Here are the reserves. Chris Young goes for Arizona. Every team gets somebody. Michael Bourne, Corey Hart. His power numbers have been outstanding. Matt Holliday's going. Marlon Byrd of the Cubs has had a great year. We'll come back to it. Nice pickup on the move. Barnes throws out. Buster Posey. Let's go back to the graphic. And Martin Prado, he's terrific. Omar Infante also going with Atlanta. Brandon Phillips having a big year for Dusty Baker. Scott Rowland's had a great year. Tulowitzki's been replaced already, as George mentioned, by Jose Reyes of the Mets. Ryan Howard is going. Adrian Gonzalez deserves to go, perhaps even starts. Good battle with Pujols. And Brian McCann, by the way, again with the Olivo thing, McCann's numbers: .261, 9 home runs, 33 RBIs. So Olivo's hitting higher, 47 points higher, 2 more homers, 6 more RBIs, and he's thrown out 51%. McCann going for the 5th straight time to the All-Star game. And it's not to disparage of Brian McCann. He's a terrific player. He's a perennial all-star. Bigger name than Miguel Olivo. Here's the staff. Halladay, Josh Johnson, Lincecum, Hudson, Broxton, Rhodes going on the left side from Cincinnati. Wainwright, Carpenter, Evan Meeks going with Pittsburgh. He's their representative. This is a base hit for Ishikawa. Ubaldo, you would assume, will be the starting pitcher. He deserves to be. Matt Capps with Washington's had a great year, 20+ saves. And for Milwaukee, Giovanni Gallardo. Pretty good baseball team, George.
Well, you know, and again, they started Heath Bell, 23rd save last night. You have Capps, you have Broxton, you have Wilson. That's 3 pretty good closers, too. 2 of those 3 closers in the National League, and we talk about it all the time, how difficult it is to score late in games against the West.
Renneria hits it in the air. Fowler tracking. He's got it. We'll show the American League All-Star roster in a little bit. Rockies leading 1-0, middle of 4. triple and a Johnny Herrera scoring fly ball. Today's Fast Cash Sideline Report brought to you by Fast Cash Gold Centers, where you'll always get 40% more for your gold. Let's check in with Mark Stapp.
Yeah, Drew and George, I caught up with Aubrey Huff, who was in left field for the Giants today in the clubhouse. Has said, Aubrey, you're enjoying playing for the Giants? And he said, what do you think? And threw in an expletive, because in his career, this is the first time he's been on a team with more than 40 wins at the break at July 4th. His Spielberg's hits one down the line, and Huff's going to have to field it. And a single for Spilly. He started his career with Tampa Bay. He was drafted by them. 7 years, the teams he was on never won more than 70 games. Went to the Astros in a trade in 06. Said he got to within 2 games of taking the lead. Didn't make the playoffs. Signs with the Orioles. They don't win 70 games in the 2 years he's there. He's traded to the Tigers last year. They blow a 7-game lead, lose a playoff game to the Twins, don't get into the postseason. He said it almost killed his career. He was platooned last year. He had one offer in the offseason. The Giants for $3 million. His agent called him and said, you have no wiggle room. Take it. And he is happy to be here and performing for the Giants on a team that, as I said, has more than 40 wins at July 4th. First time in his career. Drew, George?
Well, I'm sure he's enjoying his surroundings better than many of the previous seasons, as you discussed. Aubrey Huff's having a good year for the Giants. Hurt the Rockies big time this year. Here's Melvin Mora. Mora lifts a fly ball to right field, fairly deep right field. Torres in the corner makes the catch, and Spielberg returns to first. Chris Ianetta coming up. He had a lengthy at bat with Matt Cain his first time and ended up walking. He's in the second inning. Looking to save energy and money? Find out how the little changes add up at TogetherWeSave.com, your local Touchstone Energy cooperative, delivering reliable power, energy-saving tools, and more. Ianetta, 3 home runs this year. Chris has hit .324 in his career with 4 home runs, 22 ribbies against the Giants. Only club he's driven in more runs against, the Padres. He has 25 RBIs against San Diego in his career. Spielberg's, that was a close play. Quick feed of Matt Cain.
And accuracy, that's the biggest key about the throw to first base. If you can throw it about knee-high to a first baseman, left-hander, got a pretty good chance to pick somebody off, and you utilize the quick feet with it.
Well, they say step and a dive, and that's what it's been, a step and a dive back for Spielberg, and he's beaten the throw by Cain. Here's the lowest, our Diamond Details brought to you by Toyota. Lowest opponent ERA at Coors Field: Oswalt, Zito, Cain. Wandy Rodriguez has thrown the ball well here. Dan Herron. You know what they all 5 have in common, George?
They're good.
That's what they have in common. They're all really good pitchers. You got it. You're on to that.
They're all pretty good.
I mean, you nailed the Wells Fargo player to bank on, and you just nailed that one.
Particularly the Oswalt guy's pretty good.
Herron's not bad.
About 2 of the top pitchers of the ERA with the Giants, Cain and Zito.
Well, I would think, George, whether you're a starter or a reliever as you were, you'd like to. Would you like to make half your appearances at AT&T Park in a season?
Kind of would. I'd probably get a clause, maybe 3/4.
And say, hey, listen, give me 65 appearances. I only want 15 out on the road.
That's kind of like Steve Carlton. The Phillies asked him to be a pitching coach for him at the big league level, and he said he would do home games.
That didn't work out too well, did it?
No.
And then he added in there that he wanted the home games played in Durango.
Kind of. But he said he'd mow the infield at the high school field.
Ball, 1 strike on Ianetta. You regularly, when you walk in a clubhouse after a ball game, see guys walking around with ice packs on their arms and elbows, sometimes the knee. You're going to see one on the chest of Spilborgh's later today. Diving back, 2-1 on Chris Ianetta.
Well, remember, Ianetta in his last at bat had a great at bat. He walked, he fouled off numerous pitches, inside, outside, made Kane work, build up a pitch count. He's at 60 right now. Only 19 of those have been thrown out of the strike zone.
And that misses 3-1.
Well, trying to pound him inside. They know and really respect the power that Ianetta has, so they're not wanting him to extend his hands at all. And you can see that ball in off the plate about 2 to 3 inches.
And ball 4. And that was nowhere near the zone. 2 on for Clint Barmas with 1 out. Rockies leading 1-0 as they hit here in the bottom of the 4th. Let's answer our AT&T trivia question. At just under 21 years of age, Jason Hayward would be the 2nd youngest All-Star starter. Can you name the youngest? Is it Junior, George? Ken Griffey Jr.?
Trying to think.
I'm wrong. Al Kaline.
Yeah. How about that? By the way, Clint Barmas coming to the plate. We've talked about his hitting streak. In college, he had one at 30-game hitting streak at Indiana State 2000. That tied the school record. 3rd longest in the NCAA Division I that year.
And Barmas pops this one up in foul territory. Posey is going to have a play. And now Hammel try to help his own cause.
You wonder about Posey too, in a not really familiar ballpark. We mentioned 4th game for him to catch since in 2010. Go back, look for the wall, find as the ball reverse spins, it comes back to him. He's able to make a play on the baseball.
Hammel struck out on 3 pitches his first time up. Pretty good hack there. Jason with 1 RBI this year. 10-game winner last year for the Rockies. Had a great month of June. 2nd lowest ERA to Josh Johnson in the National League. He had a 1.83 ERA in June. 65 pitches here in the 4th inning for Kane. And Matt's hit 95. Jason Hammel's hit 95. Our Quest high-speed pitch brought to you by Quest, the high-speed internet provider of the Rockies. Two and two. Kane not nearly as precise with that fastball as he was early in the game. Spilborgh's and Ianetta aboard. 1-0 Colorado. And back up the middle. It hit Kane. Otherwise, it's a run. I mean, Kane didn't come close to getting leather on this. It just hit him. on 3 hits. Drew Goodman, George Frazier upstairs. Let's check in with Mark Stout.
Thank you, Drew and George. I am here with Scott Oltrogi and his son Grant. They are from Arvada. And Grant, you have a question. Go ahead.
Well, if there's a man on third base and he's the only one on base, and the pitcher gets called for a ball, does the man on third base get to advance to home?
Very interesting. You know, George pitched in the major leagues. He'll be able to answer that question for you now. Guys?
All right, Mark, thanks very much. That young man's from Southern Arvada. He called it a balk.
Yes, it's a balk, and he does score. That's the end result of that. All the runners advance. Thanks for the questions, as always, on Sunday as we do that. Is today Sunday?
Today is
it
Sunday.
all day, isn't it? Till midnight?
George, 4th of July.
Oh.
Aaron Rowan leading things off against Jason Hammel.
Is that why they had all those fireworks the last couple of days?
Fireworks, the flyby, the 4 F-16s in formation earlier today, giving us chills. Yes.
Well, Jim Armentrout didn't tell me. He normally lets me know what day it is. Today he didn't. He did let me know his 55th birthday is coming up next week. Or maybe it's his 50th. I'm not sure.
Made him a lot older than he is. Aaron Rowan with a 1-1 count. Rowan had a fair number of home runs in Philadelphia, also at the White Sox. Playing at AT&T Park, the power numbers have decreased, which is to be expected unless your name's Barry Bonds.
Moore tried to pick this baseball and it continued to run all the way across the infield, and Johnny Herrera and Clint Barber says you can have it the whole way. They didn't chase it. He just watched it go by everybody. You know, Aaron Rowan really reminds me of a guy I played with, Ron Say, the Penguin, out of the Dodgers, and then on over to the Chicago Cubs with his upright stance, kind of leans back a little bit. Same type of build.
Yeah, similar stance. You're absolutely right. You know, Rowan's gone here hitting just .229 at AT&T Park. I think that stadium, George, has gotten in his head like Petco got in the head of Phil Nevin, Ryan Klesko.
Pretty good yacker right here on the Hyundai camp.
And a strikeout number 5 for Hammel. Here's Kane. Kane's been around for a while, but he's only 25. A trivia question about guys that were all-stars at 20. Al Kaline being the youngest ever. Jason Hayward will be the second youngest. Matt Cain reached the big leagues at 20. Outside. Foul straight back. 2-2 on Matt Cain, who grew up on a 50-acre farm. You have damage to your windshield, call Safelite Elite Auto Glass, 303-287-5000, online at safelight.com. And the 2-2 slider strikes out Cain. That is strikeout number 6 for Hammel. 2 gone in the 5th inning. And Andres Torres will be coming up. This date in history is brought to you by Dex One, Marketing Solutions, Business Results. 4th of July in '83. George Frazier had a real good look at this. Dave Righetti pitches the Yankees' first no-hitter since Don Larson's perfect game in the '56 series, as the Yankees blanked the Red Sox 4-0.
Fun day at the ballpark there for Rags, I'll tell you what. Pretty exciting against the Boston Red Sox. Everybody cheering and on their feet for Rags.
At what point in time did people kind of separate from Dave that day?
About the 6th inning. Rags hiding behind Ron Wotus and Bruce Bochy in the back corner there. Well, about, realistically about the 6th inning, because he had no hit stuff. Ran a fastball 92 to 95, and that was on the old ray gun, so it's actually probably about 94, 97. Great curveball slider and a split finger that he threw, and he could dominate. Had his own personal pitching coach, Sammy Ellis.
0-2 pitch on Torres. Now, if you look at the fastball numbers today for Hammel, George, he's been working at about 93, 94.
He has. He's been able to accelerate that fastball very well and put it where he wants to in the strike zone.
Ground ball, base hit on a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Torres on for the second time today. He had a walk in the third, and that'll bring up Sanchez. And if you're Bruce Bochy, I'm sure he's going to think about moving Torres.
Let's get to that part of the game where you got to get creative offensively. Used to be Molina was the guy that he would flip it out and run a hit and run with all the time because he had such back control.
Sanchez struck out after a long battle in the third inning against Hammel. Torres, a veteran minor leaguer who's broken through this year and has really helped out the Giants. And misses 1-0. Torres at first base. 32-year-old who coming into this season in his big league career had 409 at bats. Most of those in the American League with Detroit and Texas. 1-1, check swing, foul ball. Two outs, 1-1 on Freddie Sanchez. Torres, native of Puerto Rico and undrafted, and kids in Puerto Rico are eligible for the June draft.
Well,
Puerto Rico, part of the United States.
Well, and they're trying to get a world draft going, and that to really cut out of all the high spending by certain ball clubs, everybody will have to go through and be scouted just like here in the United States.
Torres, George, 5 times in his career has been a minor league free agent.
You know what? Pat him on the back for not giving up.
Yeah.
You know, and trying to live the dream, and he's getting to.
Runner going, and Sanchez fouls it off. 1-2. Tell you how many years that Torres has worked in the minor leagues. He has stolen 313 bases in the minors. That's a bunch. There he goes again, and no swing. So Torres with his 15th stolen base. And he is out there for Sanchez, the potential tying run.
See if he went around on this pitch. He appeared to on the breaking ball, held up. Ianetta checked. The more important is to hang on to the baseball. He didn't feel like he had a shot at Torres, so he just ate the baseball.
Hammel needs to make a pitch here with a precarious 1-0 lead. Hammel's been terrific here at Coors Field this year. Last year he really didn't figure out 20th and Blake till the final month and a half, 2 months of the season. Boy, he almost got him again, George. 3-2.
Good curveball, and again, where this ball end up inside the strike zone, you'll get a pretty good look at it right here. Did he get enough of the plate? The ball's off of the outside part of the plate.
Got it. Ianetta will clear himself and throw to Giambi. Great job by Jason Hammel. He ends up striking out the side. 7 punch-outs through 5 shutout innings for Hammel. FSN is brought to you by AT&T. Switch to the nation's fastest 3G network. AT&T, a better 3G experience. By Dex One Marketing Solutions Business Results. By Xfinity. Learn ways to advertise your business on cable. Go to ComcastSpotlight.com. And by Colorado Hyundai. Hyundai was just named the most efficient car maker in America. Visit your Colorado Hyundai dealers today. Back at the ballpark, Drew Goodman, George Frazier, Mark Stout. Dexter Fowler leading it off in the 5th. First pitch out of the zone, second pitch out of the zone. 2-0 on Dex, who tripled with 1 out in the 3rd, and Johnny Herrera delivered him with a drive to fairly deep right center field. That's it today offensively. And ball 3. George, stand up and give Dexter the take sign here.
I would prefer to leave all that to the guys down there.
Smart man.
In the uniform.
Yep. Richie Dower looking in, put out one index finger. Obviously Fowler will be taking. It's in the zone. 3-1. Johnny Herrera on deck, then Carlos Gonzalez. Rockies trying to expand their lead against one of the toughest right-handers in the business, Matt Cain. Good swing. He's able to get the barrel to the zone quicker, George, and also stay off that hard back foot slider that had so troubled him now that he has the hands down.
Well, that's what he got the base hit on earlier, was a pitch down and in slider that he just dropped the head on it. And they don't necessarily stay right where he starts because they're really low about waist high, but they only come up no more than his shoulder.
Ball 4. Leadoff man aboard. He's got just a little bit of speed. Time to go outside the box with Jack in the box. Cargo, when hitting in the 3-hole, has 5 homers, 17 ribbies in 17 games. The other 64 games this season, the Rockies had just 2 home runs and 21 driven in from the 3-hole. Outside the box, brought to you by Jack in the box. Of course, Cargo's on deck. Johnny Herrera. See if he's bunting here. Pablo Sandoval believes he will.
Well, you have to honor it. I think as a third baseman, you have to. Ishikawa has to hang at the bag at first base, so if you pull it right at Freddie Sanchez, you got a pretty good chance first and second and nobody out.
And Herrera drops one down. Just does everything right. Driven one in. Now he's set up perhaps the second run. Top of the Coors Light Cold Hard Glass. Carlos Gonzalez against Barry Zito last night. Hitting one into the bullpen. Actually, the Giants bullpen with a man aboard as the Rockies were down 7-1. Took an 8-7 lead. Unfortunately, Manuel Corpus had a rough 7th inning. Giants ended up retaking the lead and won 11-8. Uribe out there for Cargo. 0 for 2. Excuse me, 0 for 1 in a walk today. Walks allowed by Kane. Two off-speed pitches, nowhere close. Buster Posey will come out and talk to Kane. 2-0 on Gonzalez. Rockies 10 games north of 500 at Coors Field. They have only 3 hits today, after producing 36 hits in the first 3 games of this series, 12 each night. And this will be a base hit right center field. Fowler around third. Here's the throw by Torres. He's not even going to go to the plate. And an RBI single, making it 2-0 for Carlos Gonzalez. 52 RBIs for Cargo.
Well, he's having the kind of year everybody thought he would have had a couple of years ago. Great talent. Fastball inside, a little bit in on the hands, but because he's strong enough, he'll take this ball on the Hyundai cam and get it out into the outfield. I mean, Kane made the pitch he thought he could use to get the out. It's in right center field, cut off by Torres, but with that type of speed with Fowler, you just don't have a shot at the plate.
Giambi takes a strike. Shift is on. Edgar Renteria is on the right side of the diamond. Now Freddie Sanchez is playing double play depth with Giambi. He's on one step on the outfield grass. And then once he starts shuffling, he moves in. Cargo going. This ball's driven to right center field and deep. It's got a chance to get out at the wall. The catch is made by Torres. Gonzalez will get back to the bag. Giambi gave it a ride. It stalled just shy of going out in deep right center field.
Here's that base hit by Gonzalez into right center field. Now here's Giambi swinging a ball down and in. Giambi thought he got it. I did too when it left the bat. And there's not a lot of wind here at Coors Field, but he's got his head planted in the wall when he makes this catch.
Billboards is 2 for 2, 2 singles to left. Let's watch Gonzalez not going. Billboards takes high ball 1. Rockies with a 2-0 lead. Both runs scored by Dexter Fowler. Two and 0. Typically not a pitch you'd run on here. It's really increasing those numbers against Matt Cain.
Both hits today have come off breaking balls that he left in the middle half of the plate. Spielberg's just set on both of those.
Now this can be an action count. 2-1. Well, I like guys, George, base runners, and you studied them as a relief pitcher, that don't give away their intent, because some do, don't they?
Well, some guys will either have their hands down stiff, they form bad habits when they get ready to go, hands on the knees, and then they're all of a sudden dropped off and dangling, or they'll point a foot.
Here he goes. Posey throws on the bat, and he gets Gonzalez. Not only was it a great throw, but the transition glove to hand, his footwork was terrific. So Gonzalez cut down, but he delivered the Rockies' second run. Perfect throw.
The way teams are doing it now, they're making it special for your family as well, so your family can come in, your family can enjoy, because most of these guys, they have wives and kids, and you want to be able to shoot fireworks. I remember wanting to shoot fireworks off with mom and dad and my brothers, and to be able to come here, pretty cool atmosphere, and do that together, not only with your teammates but also with all the fans. It's a really fun experience.
A lot of the players and their families watching the fireworks the last couple of nights. Aubrey Huff with an 0-1 pitch, 1-1. Drew Goodman, George Frazier, and Mark Stout from the ballpark, 2-0. Well, this just in from Brooklyn. The Nathan's hot dog eating contest this year, George. Joey Chestnut wins it again. Kobayashi did not compete. That's a whole nother controversy. Last year, Chestnut gobbled down 68 dogs in how many minutes was it? In 10 minutes. This year, George, just 54 consumed. There's a slider for a strike.
Had breakfast.
Well, no, I just think it's getting later on in his career. His production's dropped off a little bit for Joey Chestnut.
He's just eaten one scrambled egg, not two. Held off the bacon and sausage and had wheat toast.
Now, you've been known, that's high, 3-2. You've been known to put away some dogs with mayonnaise on it. I've had that running joke for a decade here. Do you think you could eat? He ate 54 in 10 minutes. Do you think you could eat 6 hot dogs in a half hour?
I ate 12 at Coney Island in Tulsa, Oklahoma in 1986.
And how long?
It was about 7-8 minutes.
So we should get you in the contest.
I'm out. Not only is he struggling to eat more as he got older, I've gotten a lot smarter as I've gotten older.
Well, careful, because I got plenty of evidence to the contrary at times.
Be careful there now. Be careful.
Hey, you can go back at me on that. Here's the 3-2. Strike 3. Huff throws, and that is punch out number 8. All 4 of the last outs, George, recorded via strikeout by Jason Hammel.
Well, and again, it's the command of that secondary pitch. You're going to see it on the Hyundai cam here, and watch the rotation come out. It's a 90-degree bend with the arm and on the wrist side of it to create that good hard downer. And that's exactly what he does with it. He spins it, reduces velocity, and has a great position at the plate.
Well, that's a great shot on the Hyundai cam. A Huff looking at it the whole way, fooled, and then the disappointment realizing it's in the zone. Sandoval is beaten on that fastball, running away at 94 miles an hour. 1 strike count on Pablo. Kung Fu Panda, 2 ground balls, 1 to short and 1 to second. 4 hits allowed by Hammel, 2 runs, 4 hits allowed by Matt Cain. And that was an excuse me swing.
Hey, buy $20 green pack and $5 will go towards planting of trees. July 6th and 11th are the next green pack ball games.
Here's the 2-strike pitch. Base hit, right center field. It'll be cut off by Spilborghs. So Sandoval with a 1-out knock, and that'll bring up Buster Posey. Who wants tacos, fans? If you'd like to receive text message alerts when the Rockies score 7 or more runs for the Rockies Taco Special as you cruise around town, text the keyword taco to 95323. Just don't do it when you're driving. Feed your Rockies fever only at Taco Bell. Posey has twice hit it on the ground to Clint Barmas. Posey, the College Player of the Year, Golden Spikes Award as a Seminole. Hit over 460 his last year at Florida State. Double play ball. Mora to Herrera to first. Around the horn they go. 5-4-3. And that's all for the Giants in the 6th inning. What a performance this afternoon so far by Jason Hammel. 2-0 Colorado as they look to take 3 of 4 from San Francisco. The Coors Light Freeze Cam. Images of a 4th of July and 20th and Blake. Turned into a beautiful afternoon for baseball. And the Rockies cooperating with a 2-0 lead behind an extraordinary effort so far from Jason Hammel. Drew Goodman, George Frazier, Mark Stout.
Outstanding effort by Hammel. He's only had 2 guys reach second base in this game, both by stealing. Aaron Rowan and then the other by Torres.
How about this, George? Only 2 balls to the outfield.
It's a beautiful thing when everything's going in the right direction. That's what makes it a difficult choice for Jim Tracy. Who to keep in and who to keep out of the rotation when De La Rosa comes back.
Ryan Spilborghs will lead it off. Spilborghs gets a fresh at bat after Cargo was cut down stealing by Buster Posey. And De La Rosa, after pitching last night, back in the clubhouse today, pitching last night from Colorado Springs, back in the Rockies clubhouse today, said his finger feels great. The numbers weren't good, but he had a rough first and second inning. After that, he was pretty good, according to Bill Guyvet, who watched his start. Bill, assistant general manager to Dan O'Dowd. really in 3 rehab starts. He only had 2 bad innings. More importantly than anything, George, he is healthy.
Well, he is healthy, and he has a track record and history here at the big league level. He doesn't have to go down there and earn his way back. He's just got to be healthy and then bring him back and let him do his thing.
Stays a ball and 2 strikes on Spilborghs. 9th inning in Chicago on the north side. Cincinnati 14-3 over the Cubs. They've hit 7 home runs at Wrigley today, including 3 by Drew Stubbs. Kane strikes out Spilborghs. That's number 6 for Matt Kane. And again, we visit with Mark Stout. Hey, Mark.
Hey, Drew and George. I want to tell you a cool story about Freddie Sanchez. You know that he used to play for the Pirates. A month ago, San Francisco was there in early June. He pitched in a game, a Saturday morning game, at Miracle Park, which is a park for special needs kids that he and his wife donated $50,000 to help build. He still lives in Pittsburgh and has a residence there. He loved it there. Of course, he's loving playing with the Giants. And after that whole weekend, San Francisco went to Cincinnati. He didn't take the plane there, the team flight. He drove to Cincinnati with his wife and kids so that they could get there for the game on Monday. But he enjoyed his time in Pittsburgh, and a nice thing that Freddie Sanchez did for the Pittsburgh community guys.
Well, you love to hear about people giving back, whether they're players or in other walks of life. And Freddie Sanchez and his wife doing good deeds outside the game. Good for them. Melvin Mora with a 1-2 count. Melvin a fly ball to left and a fly ball to right. Jim Tracy speaks very, very highly of Freddie Sanchez, who he managed with the Pirates. And this is a fly ball in the infield. Sanchez will make the catch on. 2 outs. Chris Ianetta has been up twice. He's walked twice. Matt Cain's due up 4th next inning, George. So
I started looking at that to map
see how it plays out.
The only left-hander they have on their bench, Sherholtz. The rest are all right. Burrell, Uribe, and Whiteside.
Ianetta fouls this one off out of play. Rockies are 16-11 during afternoon ball games this year. It's the 2nd best mark in the National League to the Atlanta Braves. Atlanta's winning in the afternoon, and they're winning at home. One ball and 1 strike on Ianetta. Product of the University of North Carolina. Did he get it? Deep left field. Take a good look. You will see it for him. Home run number 4 for Ianetta. 3-0 Colorado.
Good to see for Chris. The average not what it should be, and again, it struggles as you watch when you thought you'd be the starter all year long, and then the struggles got you out of there, and all of a sudden now you're able to come to this park with a 2-0 lead and add to it against a very good right-handed pitcher. 96 pitch of the game at 91 miles an hour. Ianetta on the Hyundai cam gave him a souvenir in left field.
Clint Barmas pops it up right side. Sanchez and Ishikawa. It'll be Travis Ishikawa. So the Rockies just keep adding on, a run by a run. And they now have a 3-0 lead as Ianetta goes deep in the bottom of the 6th inning. third inning, Johnny Herrera, after a triple by Dexter Fowler, delivers the scoring fly ball, 1-0 Rockies. Then in the fifth inning, Carlos Gonzalez on a 2-0 pitch, lines a single to right center. There's that guy again, Dexter Fowler scoring. He had walked. And then in the sixth inning, moments ago, Chris Ianetta lifting one into the seats in left field. Pretty sight. 3-0 Colorado. That's brought to you by Cooney Lexus, where luxury has an address on Broadway in Littleton. Jason Hammel has been terrific. The Georgies had the whole arsenal as Travis Ishikawa takes strike one on that overhand curveball.
Well, right after the first inning, he started to throw a couple of more curveballs to get the feel for it, for that pitch to both sides of the plate. And the changeup has also become a pretty good friend of his. And it makes the fastball at 92 to 95 look much quicker to a hitter. That changeup at 85. 6 ground ball outs, 4 fly balls, 8 strikeouts right now for Hammel.
0-2 pitch. And a bouncing ball to Herrera. Quick hands. Gets it to Giambi, 1 out. You know what's happened here, George, is today is game 82, so we're beginning the second half, if you will, this afternoon. The true second half, usually spoken about, comes after the All-Star break. But when you look at the league standings after a significant body of work, the Rockies now 4th in hitting in the National League. They're among the top 7 in team ERA in baseball. And their fielding percentage, that's been a staple of their fine play the last few seasons, among the league leaders there as well, as you look at Santiago Casilla getting loose.
Well, what's the one thing that hasn't ever changed in the history of baseball? If you can catch it and you can throw it, you're going to win a lot of baseball games. And that's what they've done. They've made plays when they need to late in games. They've made pitches to work through innings.
That's a foul ball. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Edgar Renteria. Owner of a couple of World Series rings. Yankees won today. That's a changeup that missed. That or a slider is hard to tell. Well hit to center field, but right at Dexter Fowler.
Second time Renteria has hit a ball hard, but it's been right at Dexter Fowler.
Aaron Rowan with 2 outs and nobody on. Infield single in the 3rd. And he struck out swinging in the 5th. 5 singles allowed by Jason Hammel. When you mentioned the 2 balls hit the center field by Edgar Renteria, those are the 2 hardest hit balls of the game from the Giants' perspective.
I'm just thinking back over. I mean, Rowan's base hit was not hit hard. Torres' ball was not hit hard. Sandoval blue pit to right field. And Ishikawa kind of the same thing, ground ball. So, right, I mean, there haven't been any balls scalded in this game yet.
0-2 count. Pat Burrell's on deck if Rowan can reach. Matt Cain will only continue if Rowan makes an out here.
Vantart's starting to take notice of Jason Hammel's shutout here. This 5-hit shutout on a 1-2 count. They're starting to applaud Jason for his work today at the ballpark.
This is pitch number 105 for Hammel. 2-2.
Well, the reason he's worked into the sevens, he's been very, very economical with his job today. Touched over 23 a couple of times, 24 in the third, 20 in the fifth, but calmed down very nicely since then. 24 to get past the next inning in 2/3.
Pulled to third, and Mora makes the play. A 1-2-3 seventh inning. What a job by Jason Hammel. Stretch time at Coors Field will stick around for God Bless America on this, the 4th of July, 2010. It'll be performed this afternoon by Master Sergeant Jeff Hatfield. Enjoy.
Fans, please rise as we honor our great country by the performance of God Bless America. Performing God Bless America today, representing the United States Air Force Academy Band, is Master Sergeant Jeff Hatfield. Please welcome Master Sergeant Hatfield and join him by singing along to God Bless America.
Jason Hammel. Moments ago, hearing it from the crowd as he was introduced. He'll face Matt Cain. Cain continuing on since his spot did not come up. This will be all, though, for Cain, as he is due to lead off in the top of the 8th. It's not as if Kane has not pitched well in this game. He's pitched very well. It's just Jason Hammel's been better.
He has been better. And again, I mean, it's some mistake he made with Ianetta on the ball up, and Ianetta made him pay for it. It was one of the runs, a long home run by Chris. This will be a ground ball to Renteria to retire him.
And the other guy that's been a thorn in his side is coming up right now, Dexter Fowler. Triple in the third, a walk-and run scored as well in the fifth. Today's save of the week is brought to you by the region's Touchstone Energy Cooperatives, who remind you to turn down your water heater and stop burning money. Visit togetherwithsave.com. Houston Street got his first save of the season at Petco. He got his second one a couple of nights ago against these Giants. Dexter Fowler, when he was sent out at the end of May, started hitting from the moment he got to Colorado Springs. He worked his tail off down there, and there was no pouting for Dexter. He just got after it. And
well, you know what, Drew, I really think that helped him down there was Rene Latchman. And
sure,
not just so much with his batting stance and all of that. I mean, anytime you get a guy that's spent a full year in the big league, struggled, he gets sent to the minor leagues. The easiest thing in the world to do is to take that 3-day trip down and take it off. Just say, I'm not showing up for 3 days. Dexter didn't do that. The second thing is, when you get down there, you're listening to a guy that's managed 3 times in the big leagues. You're talking about Rene Latchman. You're talking about a guy that knows how to handle younger players. He basically said, you can sit here and pout and not get any better, or you can get better. What do you want to do? It's up to you. If you want to get better, I'll help you.
And Dexter's always had the right approach from that standpoint. And again, it bears repeating. We've told you this before. Dexter had never played at AAA level. He had played AA baseball when the Rockies had a need at the start of '09 to be the full-time center fielder.
Well, he basically won the job in spring training.
He made every bus ride that spring. 3-2, and he rips it to right field. George, that's a 92-mile-an-hour fastball in on his hands. Again, a month and a half ago, he probably either gets blown up or swings through that.
Well, I think the key is he's learned to recognize the pitch out of the hand better, and really worked on recognizing the pitch and what the location and what counts are when they're throwing you this pitch. I think those are the big things that he learned down with Rene, and he's carried it over Don Baylor.
As Jim Tracy likes to describe, there's a rhythm to his swing now from the left side that really wasn't there the first couple of months of the season. Johnny Herrera at the plate. Sac fly in the third, sac bunt in the fifth. Officially 0 for 1. Sandoval looking for a bunt, but with 1 out, I would look more for potential hit and run, or Herrera trying to work the count and giving Fowler a chance to steal. Gonzalez is on deck. Pitch out, nothing on. Fowler takes off. Herrera swings through it. Low throw, but it's on the bag. And Dexter Fowler tagged out by Edgar Renteria. So Posey has cut down 2 would-be base stealers this afternoon.
2 very good base stealers, too. Gonzalez was the first, and then this is on a ball that was down in the zone. Great pick by Renteria to allow him to make that tag, but he got rid of it in a hurry on a Hyundai cam. See him embrace the ball into the glove, and then a tag up on the shin. They were able to get him. It's the time that both Dexter and Gonzalez have been caught.
And a bouncing ball to short. Renteria will throw out Jonathan Herrera. We are through 7 innings of play. The Rockies leading the Giants 3-0. The official fan-to-fan marketplace of the Colorado Rockies. By the Great Colorado Payback, reuniting you with your money. By your neighborhood Toyota stores, Toyota moving forward. And by King Soopers, our people make the difference. Day to go kayaking. Here's the 0-1 pitch to the pinch hitter Nate Shearholtz, and he pops it up to deep right field, and this one is gone. Boy, that looked like a pop-up off the bat, and it gets on out of here, and it's 3-1, a pinch hit home run for Shearholtz. Fourth home run of the year.
Well, he got a lot of power in his bat, and you let him put the bat head down into the zone. I'll use the leverage on a breaking ball, and that's exactly what he did. Middle of the plate for Mr. Shearholtz, and kind of the swing like you watched from Aubrey Huff last night. Long extension, and it just gets out over into the Rockies bullpen next to Stripmatter.
Actually, let me correct that. It's his second home run of the year, not his fourth. Andres Torres at the plate. First career pinch hit home run for Nate Shearholtz. That reminded me of Huff's home run last night. And you said that. It's the same thing. It's just kind of high fly ball. That ground ball. That's down the third base line or first base line. And it's going to be cut off by Spilbergs. He has trouble with it. And going to third is Torres. And they're going to send him. And he's going to score. It's 3-2, just like that. Let's see if it's inside the Parker or if it's an extra base hit and an error charge to Spilbergs. It's hard to see from our vantage point if he was able to make contact with the baseball. That's a tough corner down there.
Well, it is a very difficult corner, and if it gets up against that wall, it's just going to run like a caged rabbit. Shot by Giambi at first base, and then as it gets down into this corner, Spilberg's going to slide to cut this thing off. It zipped by him, and when that happens, it's off to the races. An inside park home run for Mr. Torres, as you have to give chase on this baseball. Fourth home run of the year, 24 RBIs.
So Jason Hammel is gone here, and amazing turn of events. 3-2 ball game. Cast game summary. A home run over the fence and then an inside the Parker from Andres Torres. It's made it a 3-2 ball game. So the difference right now is Chris Ianetta's home run in the 6th inning. Hammel has been replaced now by Matt Belisle, and this call to the pen is brought to you by Comcast Digital Home Phone Service. Warm up to unlimited local and long distance. Call Comcast.
He's filled an awful lot of voids for the Rockies, working into the 6th inning, and even then coming in situations like this. One-run ball game. Nice play by Clint Barnes for the first out here in the 8th inning.
That's a big first out. Freddie Sanchez retired. That'll bring up the dangerous Aubrey Huff, who also, George, has an inside the park home run this year. He hit one back on April 14th.
38 games now for Matt Blau to appear in. It's 11 walks and 49 plus. Yeah, Jimmy Tracy in the middle of his windup calls time. Wow.
He's going to piecemeal this together, and the reason is he wants a lefty to face Huff, and he wants to flip around the switch-hitting Pablo Sandoval. So Joe Beimel will come on. 1 out, 2 in the 8th inning for the Giants. The Rockies led 3-0 entering the inning. Jason Hammel, 7 innings of shutout baseball. He gave up a pinch hit home run to Nate Shearholtz leading off the inning. Then Andres Torres pulled the ground ball down the first base line. It rolled around in that corner despite the efforts of Ryan Spilborghs to stop the baseball. Turned it into an inside the park home run. So Beimel now will face Aubrey Huff, who's hit 3 home runs in this series.
3 for 5 against Joe Beimel. Just like last night, though, Beimel faced him and got the strikeout.
And he gets strike 1 there. Huff hitting .265 left on left. 4 of his 15 home runs have come left on left. Aubrey Huff with a 1-1 count. Fouled off. Aubrey Huff, a couple of years ago, switched to number 17 to honor the memory of his late teammate Joe Kennedy, who pitched well here as a Rocky and Tampa with Aubrey, and that's why he wears number 17 now. Swung on, and it's fouled off the home plate umpire, Paul Nauert. Keith Duggar's out to take a look at Noward. And his three compadres join him. And we've talked about this as well before, Georgia. Those group of men travel together. They are a team also.
Well, absolutely they are. That's the other three guys. Those are his buddies. Most umpires don't have a lot of friends from park to park. Standing up there. It's just the wife and the kids when they show up on the road. Those are the ones cheering for you.
No smile, and he's hurt. Aubrey Huff checking in on him. And now Chris Ianetta doing the same. Just telling him, hey, good thing is you don't have to work the plate for another 4 days. One ball, 2 strikes on Aubrey Huff. That's a good pitch, fouled off. Two balls, 2 strikes. That's off the plate at 91, 3-2.
2-2 count. You have him set thinking you're going to go for a slider away, and you try to counter or outthink that hitter, and you go fastball away. Huff, remember last night on a breaking ball from Flores way out on the front, was not able to connect on the strike zone. Only 1 pitch, really 2 on that inner half.
Here's the 3-2. And this is popped up and playable. Foul ground, Ianetta and Mora, and miscommunication. A ball that should have been caught is not. Yeah, Ianetta was calling for it. It's easier for the third baseman coming in typically. And Ianetta backed off late.
Similar to the play in Anaheim the other day with Ian Stewart. And you can see him call everybody off, and at the last second, either Mora must have started yelling, I got it, I got it. So he turned and went away from the baseball. Something got Chris Ianetta off the baseball.
Bondel's got to make another pitch. Once again, the 3-2.
Pablo Sandoval standing in the on-deck circle. Switch hitter. Betancourt's loosening up down in the Rockies bullpen.
And he walks Huff. And now the tying runs aboard. And Huff should have been in the dugout. Sandoval coming up. Sandoval's numbers as a right-handed batter, we discussed this last night, nowhere near where he is from the left-hand side. 289 lefty, 218 righty. He hits into a lot of double plays. Chance for 2 here. Mora had trouble getting it out of his glove. And then Huff spills Johnny Herrera. 2 outs. That'll bring up Buster Posey.
And that's exactly what happened. When the ball got down to Morris, he had a little bit of a stick in the glove, couldn't get rid of it quick enough, and then Johnny got flipped at second base, so he doesn't have an opportunity to even try to complete this double play ball. hit up the third base line. He did get the lead runner. Now it's Jim Tracy's going to go down and get Rafael Betancourt to come in and clean this up.
Joe Hammel again doing a very good job. He departs, 2 outs in the 8th. Out. Solo home run that went 406 feet. How far did it travel is brought to you by AAA Travel. Rockies had a 3-0 lead beginning the inning. Then a home run by the pinch hitter Nate Shearholtz. And an inside the park home run down the right field line by Andres Torres. And the Rockies have a 3-2 lead now. Every ball game in the 8th inning in this series has been a 1-run game, though none have ultimately been decided by a run.
36 game for Rafael Betancourt to appear in, just 5 walks in those 30 and a third, 4 home runs given up. He'll get the youngster Buster Posey.
Posey has hit the ball on the ground 3 times, twice to short. He also grounded into a 5-4-3 double play his last time up. Sandoval at first. And this is line to right field, the base hit. Sandoval's going to go first to third. You know, this inning, George, should have been over. And the reason I'm saying that is not only the foul pop that wasn't caught, Aubrey Huff at the plate. Eli Whiteside now is going to run for Buster Posey. But they actually got Huff out twice. We had a replay of that swing with 2 strikes by Huff that ended up hitting the home plate umpire Paul Nauert. He never contacted the baseball. It was ruled a foul ball. He swung and missed. He actually struck out and then should have fouled out. They got him out twice. And he ended up walking. So now Betancourt will have to work his way out of this thing. 2 outs, the tying run at third base. Travis Ishikawa at the plate. Strike 1. Here's the 0-1. Ground ball, base hit, top bracket. Whiteside will go first to third. Ishikawa, who hurt the Rockies last night, the little used first baseman, hurts the Rockies again. It's a 3-3 game.
goodness, what happened? I mean, this happened fast. Holy cow. Man, oh man. First and third again. Bob Apodaca is going to visit. Fastball inner half of the plate. He's got it by Betancourt on the mound and then out of the reach of Johnny Herrera and out to Dexter Fowler, but the run came across in Sandoval to tie this thing up.
And what a shame. Jason Hammel's going to take an ND today. No decision. And he pitched a beautiful ball game. And now the Rockies are going to have to fight and claw their way to a victory. Looked like they were on their way to their third victory in 4 ball games against the Giants on this homestand. You have Edgar Renteria, who's hit the ball hard twice in the game against Betancourt. That run is charged to Joe Beimel.
A little history between these two from the days of Renteria being in Boston. He's had some success against Betancourt. Starts him off with a slider away. His numbers against Betancourt, 364 average, 4 for 11 with a couple of home runs.
How about Travis Ishikawa? He's got 9 RBIs, 5 in the last 24 hours. There are other guys, George, I'd prefer to see at the plate right now than this guy.
No question. Very good fastball hitter. Told you the numbers of against Betancourt.
There goes the runner. Ground ball up the middle. Barnes gets there. He's got to go the long way. And he gets it to Giambi. Good play by Clint Barnes in the inning. 3 runs for the Giants. And it's a whole new 4th of July. Which do you prefer, to shoot fireworks off yourself at home or go watch a great show like we got to see the last 2 nights at Coors Field? Pretty even. Wait a second. How could it be 50% versus 47%? That's only 97%.
3% took my choice. They wanted both.
Okay. Thanks for the explanation. Carlos Gonzalez will lead things off here in the bottom of the 8th inning. The Rockies tied up at 3. There's a lot of changes Andres Torres is now in left field. He moves from right field. Nate Shearholtz is in right. In the infield, Aubrey Huff is now at first. Travis Ishikawa is out of the ball game. The pitcher spot will be where Ishikawa was. Behind the plate is Eli Whiteside. So Whiteside for Buster Posey. Jeremy Affeldt has pitched in 3 of the 4 ball games. Carlos Gonzalez, one of the best in the National League, left on left. In fact, he's hit 4 home runs in his last 6 ball games. 3 have come against lefties. Affeldt has allowed 3 home runs, and the league's hitting .304 against him. That's a strike. Affeldt worked 2/3 of an inning yesterday, allowed a hit and a walk. He struck out 2. Strike 1 on Carlos Gonzalez. Giambi is on deck. Gonzalez, an RBI single in the 5th. He's 1 for 2 and a walk. He drove in the Rockies' 2nd run. Rockies have 6 hits in the game. Never more than 1 hit in any inning, though. And about to give him a hit. Look what I've got.
Affeldt's turning around. Who do I throw this thing to? You kidding me?
How his hand feels right about now.
Well, your hand doesn't feel anything about right now. It's in about 25 minutes. When it's not numb anymore. On the Hyundai cam, you get a pretty good look at reaction of what a pitcher has to go against sometimes. Ooh, that was caught in the palm, too.
Giambi nearly hit a home run his last time up. He takes ball 1. Hit the ball at 390 feet, where Andres Torres made a catch against the wall. 0 for 3. Ball 1 strike on Giambi. Giambi's hit over 400 home runs in his terrific career. Yet according to Jason, he didn't really learn to pull the baseball until he got to the big leagues, not in pro ball. Hit the ball the other way at Long Beach State. Giambi, remember the '92 U.S. Olympic team, he played on the U.S. national team that played in Cuba in the Pan American Games. And it wasn't until he got to the big leagues where he started really turning and hitting the ball out in that direction. 2-2.
Well, and we've talked in this series. You mentioned how many games Affeldt's pitched in. How about these numbers? In 193, the opposition hit 197 against him in 09. Here in 010, almost a 5 earned run average. The opposition's hit over 300. The reason the Giants extended his contract, 33 holes last year. He has 5 this year.
Giambi drives it to right field. Over the head of the short fielder, Freddie Sanchez. And here comes Robin to Giambi's Batman, Aaron Cook. That's 3 straight ball games Cook's gotten on the field.
Well, when you have Helton on the bench, you can come out and play first base and also swing the bat. You still have Hopkins do the same thing. Full loaded bench right now. Bruce Bochy not going to give it the opportunity for Affeldt to have any more balls hit this hard. He'll go to his bullpen and bring in the right end.
3-3 affair. Jim Tracy has countered with Seth Smith. So Smith to pinch hit for Spilborghs here in the 8th.
35th ball game for Romo to come in and pitch in. He's got 8 holes on this ball club. He's pitched well, 6 walks in those 32 innings, but he has given up the long ball, 5 of them.
Ball 1, clean inning yesterday for Sergio Romo. Pitched to 1, 2, 3, 7. How hard is the role of pinch hitting? There have been some great players that weren't all that successful when asked to pinch hit on days they didn't play. This is popped up. Renteria makes the catch, 2 outs. That'll bring up Melvin Mora. Babe Ruth hit 194 as a pinch hitter. Henry Aaron hit 198. Willie Mays 245 off the bench. Pete Rose 250. Ty Cobb 217 as a pinch hitter. They were pretty good though when you wrote their name in the lineup at the start of the day. Moore is 0 for 3. Melvin's always had pretty good pop, looking for his first Rockies home run. Moore with 164 lifetime home runs. Career high 27 twice his career, 2004, 2005. 2 years ago he hit 23 and drove in 104. He's a powerfully built man. 1 ball, 1 strike. Romo utilizes that slider quite a bit. Houston Street, regardless, in the 9th inning for the Rockies. And the slider gets away. Cook elects not to move up, though. You know, he's running for Giambi. I think that's the subtle difference, George, between having a position player run and a pitcher.
Well, it's all about reaction. As soon as the ball hits the dirt, as a base runner, you see him take a little bit of a slide step, and it backs off. His first reaction was back to the bag. Once you make that decision, there's no way you can go to second base.
And this ball's right for the front. And, you know, in a perfect world, Cook would be at second base right now, but the Rockies don't have options with all of their injuries in terms of pinch runners yet. Pop, Stewart, Helton, and Olivo on the bench. The fastest of that group would be Olivo, but he's your backup catcher today. Stewart's got a bruised elbow. He held up. It's 3-2. Ianetta's on deck. You get movement here from Cook on the 3-2 pitch.
anticipate a slider. I mean, that's what he went with. He hasn't had command of the fastball. Probably a little bit fearful about having that thing run back to the middle and have a ball hit just like it was by Moore. So wouldn't surprise me to see him go to a slider again as he did on the 3-2 pitch.
Ball 4, Mora held up. And now Cook at second base, the go-ahead run. Chris Ianetta, who's had a good afternoon. A walk in the second, a walk in the fourth, and a home run in the sixth. There's the sixth inning blast. But at the time gave the Rockies a 3-0 lead. The count on Chris Ianetta.
A lot arm angle, drop down. It's low 3/4, kind of a slingy type arm coming out of the bat, out of his glove. When he slings it like that, it's got a lot of force coming through, so it gives a really fast arm and then not a lot of velocity behind the slider, so you have a tendency to get out on the front foot.
Chris has faced Romo twice before. He has a hit against him. He's in a ditch right now, though, 0-2. Torres can throw in left. Throwing a solid arm in center. Shearholtz can throw in right. Courtney Cook gets a good secondary lead. He's the go-ahead run at second base. Won't matter. Swung on and missed. Romo gets Ianetta. Will go to the ninth inning, tied at 3. For 2-for-1 club level seats. 3-3 ball game, 9th inning at Coors Field on the 4th of July. Hope you're enjoying it. You'll enjoy it more if the Rockies get a run at the bottom of the 9th to take 3 of 4 from the Giants. And then the postgame show would be up next with Alana Rizzo. Hey, Alana.
Hey, Drew. Thanks very much. Coming up on the Rockies postgame report, we talk about no bull. The Rockies had some defensive struggles in the 8th inning, but it's the second straight day that the Rockies bullpen can't get that out that they certainly needed. Then triple threat, Dexter Fowler, another great day at the plate, another triple for Dex. And then Independence J, Jason Hammel leaves the ballgame with a no decision, but had another phenomenal outing, guys.
All right, Alana. Thank you. Most patriotic in that gift from Tracy Rinklespeak today. Houston Street is aboard. Todd Helton is at first base.
I found it interesting. You know, they didn't turn the lights on at Coors Field. start to see the changes. Here's Houston Street coming into the ball game, but they didn't turn the lights on while the Rockies were hitting because they have to be on both half innings. They're on now at the ballpark.
Aaron Rowan will lead things off. Rowan in infield hitting 3 trips this afternoon. Street has been sharper and sharper in each of his outings since being activated. And today for Street will be his 7th ball game. First pitch, pop up. Seth Smith coming on. You come into the ball game, George, on defense, and the ball always finds you.
It does. Isn't it kind of weird how it hunts you down? It's usually a sharp line drive, though, if you're on the infield. In the outfield, it's one of those high fly balls with a difficult sky, and then all of a sudden, bang, here it is.
Nate Shearholtz, a pinch hit last inning and hit a home run to get the Giants on the board. Stayed in the ball game in right field. He's up now. On the outside corner at 90 for a strike. Rockies bullpen struggled a little bit in the last ball game and a half. They were really good in the first 2 ball games. Two-strike count on Shearholtz. Down low, 1-2. Shearholtz, the Giants' 2nd-round pick back in 2003. First hit the big leagues in 07. He's a Bay Area kid. San Ramon. 1-2. Ianetta sets up away and a good pitch. Look out. Johnny Herrera makes the catch and Smith dives underneath. Nobody's hurt and the out was recorded.
Typically your outfielder will call you off on a ball if he thinks he can get to you. Sometimes in the crowded area of this ballpark down lines, people start to cheer. You can't hear people saying anything. You can try to look to see if lips are moving. They weren't on the Hyundai cam, but you can see very wisely of what Smith does. He puts his forearm up into the body of Johnny Herrera, just keeps him off of it.
2 outs, nobody on. Torres with an inside the park home run pulled the baseball down the right field line, and Helton's right on the line now. Takes a strike. Torres, strikeout in the first inning, a walk in the third, a single and a stolen base in the 5th, and then that inside the park home run last inning. Rockies in the bottom of the 9th will have Barmes, going on and missed. Pitcher spot, Dexter Fowler. just trying to figure out, George, if they put Helton in the 9 hole, and we haven't seen the lineup yet. And that's what we're trying to figure out.
Well, out on the board here, they show due up Barmer, Street, and Fowler. So I guess maybe Helton went in a straight. I can't imagine, though, straight up switch that Tracy would want Street to hit second.
Yeah, let's look at the scorecard. That will.
Helton is Helton is hitting with Giambi.
Which means you'll see Brad Hopp, unless Stewart can go. But you'll probably see Hopp anyhow. Hopp had a big 2-run pinch hit single yesterday. Here's Stewart. Brad Hopp's getting the batting gloves on. 2-2 on Torres. High 3-2. For the Giants for a moment, with some of the injuries they've sustained and production numbers down for Aaron Rowan, where they'd be if not for the work of this guy, Andres Torres.
You're absolutely right. Bruce Bochy knows that. So do the teammates of Renteria and those other guys. Uribe's still one big bat he's got on his bench.
Good spot, tough play, and it's on in the right field. Herrera got over there. Just couldn't come up with that hop. Once you get on that outfield grass, you don't know if it hit the seam.
Well, even though he's playing over into the hole, too, it's still got a little ways to go. Second bounce typically gets some top spin. He just tried to make a play on the ball, couldn't get there.
So you have a guy who could swipe a bag in Torres, 2 outs, and Freddie Sanchez at the plate is 1 for 4. 3-3 in the 9th. Torres stole his 16th base earlier in the ball game.
Reaction of the hitter probably got that call to ball.
One 1-0 on Sanchez.
See, watch what happens here. See how he jumps back on that ball? And then the umpire's looking at him, not where the ball was.
2-0. Two 2-0, 2 outs. Torres at first. 9th inning, 3-3. The Giants with that base hit have out-hit the Rockies 10-7. And it's popped up and playable. Vargas and Melvin Mora will make the catch. So Houston Street gets Freddie Sanchez despite the 2-0 count. We'll go to the bottom of the 9th. Rockies need just 1. in Denver where you can make the world your workplace. Rockies had a 3-0 lead. Jason Hammel out pitching Matt Cain. Cain was very good also. Well, then 3 runs in the 8th inning. A home run over the wall by Nate Shearholtz, an inside the park home run by Andres Torres, and then they carved out an additional run. The first 2 runs charged to Hammel. It's 3-3 as we go to the bottom of the 9th inning. And the new pitcher for San Francisco is Santiago Casilla.
Hard thrower. This guy run it up to 100 miles an hour. Hard slider. 18 games he's pitched in. He has 6 holes. And, you see the 10 walks in those 14 in the 3rd innings, but nearly 2 punch outs per inning also.
Casilla will face Clint Barmas to begin things. Brad Hopp is in the on-deck circle. He'll pinch hit for Street. Randy Flores is getting loose if this one goes extra innings. So here we go, bottom of the 9th inning. Rockies need a run. Barmas, an 11-game hitting streak. He is 0 for 3. And he takes strike 1 at 96. Casilla last worked on Wednesday against the Dodgers, and he allowed 3 runs.
He'd given up no runs in his previous 9 appearances before the last 2, where he gave 4 hits and 5 runs total.
Breaking ball misses. It's 1-1. And that one not called a strike at 97. 2-1. Guarding the line at 3rd is Sandoval. Outfield shaded a little bit to right center.
98 with that fastball away from Clint. You see, is the only other guy on their roster with a save. Wilson obviously having that duties all to himself. I'm going to take that back. Casilla has 2. Outfield has a couple.
Rockies have 3 walk-off wins this year. All via the home run. Ianetta beat the Mets in April. Olivo beat the Phils in May. And Stewart beat the Red Sox in June. 2-2 on Barmas. It'll be Barmas, Hopp, and Fowler. In front of 35,274. Celebrating the 4th of July at Coors Field. And Casilla not real pleased with Paul Noward right now.
Well, there's a reason for that. I mean, you're supposed to live down in the bottom of the zone as a catcher. Now it's going to appear to catch the bottom of the zone at 99 miles an hour. A lot of times umpires won't call that lower fastball regardless.
Three and 2. Barnes hanging tough. Another fastball at 99. Casilla and that power arm. It's interesting that righties are hitting .314 against them. Lefties are 1 for 17. To left, more importantly, the winning run is on. What an at-bat for Clint Barmes. That was a 100-mile-an-hour fastball that he got the barrel out in front on.
Well, just stay hot, Clint Barmes. I mean, not only is he driving in runs and making plays, he got a fastball 100 miles an hour up into the zone. He just raked it down in the left field. You ask yourself why and how does a hitter hit a 100-mile-an-hour fastball? That stayed straight. Clint got enough foul loss and looks at it that he timed it and got a base hit.
So Houston Street will be asked to sacrifice. Brad Hawk called back.
He doesn't have a sacrifice in his entire career. Very rarely is asked to hit.
No, but I think in this situation, Jim Tracy, knowing that Street is a really good athlete also. You know, as a closer, you're rarely in this situation. Hoping he can get the job done.
He is amazing. Doug just looked this up and handed to him. He's never had an at-bat.
American League for years. Pitching in the 9th inning. The Rockies could have sent up, Jeff Francis, who handles the bat pretty well. And it's 1-2.
Not only have you got not have a sacrifice, but you got to go try to bunt a 98 to 100-mile-an-hour fastball.
The other thing is you look at, a lot of guys pivot now, George. The old days, they squared all the way around. Street's kind of like the old days. He's squaring all the way around. He's not really pivoting. He's exposing the whole body.
No right way. It's just to each his own and the most comfortable way to get the job done.
And he's unable to get the bunt down. So there's one out, and that'll bring up Dexter. Strikeout of Street.
Eli Whiteside's out talking with Casilla right now to tell him what he has seen since replacing Posey as the catcher and the way they pitched him in the first 4 or 5 innings and how they should try to approach Dexter Fowler.
Well, Dexter messes up your defensive alignment, George, because of his ability to bunt and his ability to run. So Sandoval gets pulled in. And Uribe has to stay fairly close to the bag, depending on coverage. It's second with Barmes, a solid runner at first. It opens up a little bit more on the infield now. Outside with the fastball. Dexter's had another strong game. 2 for 3 and a walk. Single and a triple. 2 runs scored. 2 of the Rockies' 3 runs. 1 out. Barmes a lead single. Good swing. A lot of room in right center field. The left fielder Torres went pretty shallow in the opposite field. Schierholtz is fairly deep in right field. Rowan average depth in center. 2-1. Johnny Herrera on deck. Three balls and a strike. This is an underrated part of Fowler's game for me, George. That's his ability to define the strike zone. He does a good job.
Getting better at it, that's for sure.
Three and one on Dexter.
Well, the other left-hander they got in their bullpen, Runsler's up through him.
And it's warmed up down the left field line, and the wind's got it, fortunately. It ends up about 10-12 rows deep. Three and two on Dexter. Barmas not going, ball four. And now the winning run at second base. And Johnny Herrera, who's had a magical run the last couple of weeks, offensively will be coming up. Dave Righetti going out to visit with Santiago Casilla.
14 2/3 innings now, 11 walks for Casilla coming out of the bullpen. It's great you got that arm, but you got to put the ball over the plate.
How about Mr. Fowler, George? He's had 20 plate appearances in this series. He's been on base 14 times. Is that any good?
That's pretty good. Runsler getting ready for Gonzalez, who's in the on-deck circle. If the Rockies get to him, that's the one guy that Bochy did not want to see come up to the plate in this game, and Gonzalez with a runner in scoring position.
All right, he's 1 for 3 talking about Gonzalez, but he's hit the ball on the button every time. Johnny Herrera is 0 for 2, a sac fly and a sacrifice bunt. The outfield shortens up, and the pitch is high. Barmas can run. Richie Dower, an aggressive third base coach. We're tied at 3 in the bottom of the 9th. Rockies looking to take 3 of 4 from the Giants. That's a strike.
5 for 17 with runners in scoring position, Johnny Herrera.
Other ball games of interest to the Rockies. The Padres at Petco tied in the 9th inning with Houston 2-2. The Dodgers tied in Phoenix with the Diamondbacks 1-1 in the 7th. Rockies 5 games behind San Diego in the West. 2-1. Rockies in 3rd place. They're a game and a half behind the Dodgers. Giants are 6.5 back. Arizona well off the pace. They're 16 back. Fired their manager and GM earlier this week. 2 balls and a strike on contact hitter Johnny Herrera. Renteria trying to keep Barmas close. High 3-1. Gonzalez on deck.
Because of his experience as a leadoff man, speaking of Johnny Herrera, at the AAA level, even though he's hitting second, he'll work the pitchers an awful lot like a leadoff man will. He'll wait for pitches to hit, recognizes who strike throwers are, when to attack early in the zone. 3 or 4 batters faced by Casilla have had 3 ball counts.
I figure he'll take a strike here. 3-2. Johnny, who is not intimidated and unafraid of hitting with 2 strikes, will go with a 3-2 count right now. Here's the 3-2. Strike 4. He threw a slider and surprised everybody. Wow.
I didn't anticipate that coming. I can tell you that right now, that you'd throw a hard curveball at 82 miles an hour, some 17, 18 miles an hour behind the velocity of that fastball, and to throw it for a perfect strike. It's exactly what he did with it. Coming right out of the hand, you'll see that good tumbling rotation. It's tight. And it's biting pretty good. It's there. Well, Bruce Bochy has Runsler ready to go in the bullpen, but he's going to let the velocity of Casilla at 100 miles an hour go right at Gonzalez.
Well, here's a couple of factors for Bruce Bochy. Bochy knows that Gonzalez is hitting .326 left on left, and he knows that the kid on the mound has allowed lefties to go 1 for 18. And this ball is in the air and playable in left field for Torres. We will go extra innings. So Casilla works his way out of it. The Rockies have the winning run at second. Side. 3-3 as we go to the 10th inning. Houston Street, who got his first plate appearance in the 10th inning, failed to get a bunt down. Will work his second inning. The Rockies have the benefit of a day off tomorrow, so Street will get Monday off, as will obviously all the Rockies. So you can do this with your closer, have him work a couple innings today, and still have him ready for Tuesday against the Cardinals. Aubrey Huff, Pablo Sandoval, Eli Whiteside. Bouncing ball foul. Honestly, George, he may have gotten away with one right there.
Well, typically Huff, I mean, you know, he's looking at a pitch that he wants to extend and he wants the ball down. And it kind of fit the mode, but that ball was up in the zone and it was at 89 miles an hour.
And it's 0-2 on Huff. Padres got a run in the 9th inning. They win it 3-2. It's amazing. It really is. They either shut you out and win 1-0, or they find a way to win a low-scoring one-run game.
And it appears Heath Bell got the save in that ball game too. He got the win in the ball game. Isn't he 21? Tony Gwynn single walk-off, we're being told by Deb.
Huff is retired.
That's a big out for me. This guy, as hot as he has swung the bat in this series, both with singles, line drives, home runs, the RBI guy for them. That was pretty big.
Bases loaded single for Tony Gwynn. One out, Pablo Sandoval, another dangerous guy. Sandoval's 1 for 4. Reached on a fielder's choice in the 8th inning and ended up coming around to score on the base hit by Travis Ishikawa. That tied the game.
Well, kind of what I noticed, when he did score and that ball was hit, he went first to third on a ball to right field. Kind of what I noticed that he got there, but he did. I mean, he turned it up a notch, talking about Sandoval. Big man, very athletic. You don't see that often. Off the mask of Chris Ianetta and all the way up into the seats, right behind home plate.
Yeah, talking about Kung Fu Panda, and he loves to play the game, and he's Got tremendous hand-eye coordination, second in the league in hitting last year. And he is very athletic for a big guy. But one of the stories that emanated from Giants camp during spring training was all the work Sandoval did in the offseason and a new diet. And he lost about 25 pounds. Well, admittedly, he's put all that weight back on. This ball is hit well to center field. Fowler going back. Will get there. That had 35,000 holding their breath.
35,001, Houston Street. The ball was scorched out into left center, but it's up in the zone a little bit. And when it does, he got good extension and bat speed, but Dexter just ran out and made it look pretty easy when he went out to catch this baseball.
Now Eli Whiteside will get his first at bat. He pinch ran for Buster Posey in the 8th inning. You surprised by that move?
I was a little bit because but they have 3 catchers on their team, so it doesn't surprise me because Sandoval can go behind the plate.
But why are you taking Posey out?
Well, I think that Whiteside's a little more speed than what Posey has, and that's why he did it. At that time, they needed to have that run across the plate.
I want to check that out. Posey played shortstop initially at Florida State. He's a young guy. He's an athletic guy.
That doesn't mean there's a lot of young guys that are slow.
Yeah, but he was a middle infielder, though.
Yeah. Well, he got switched to catcher pretty quick, too. And that's the only logical reason why I think that they would do it. I mean, I have no other reason, unless Posey had maybe a medical issue we're not aware of.
Here's the 0-2 on Whiteside. Now Street backs away. Rockies in the bottom of the 10th will have Helton, Smith, and Melvin Morris. Swung on a miss. Good pitch by Street. 2 good innings of work for Houston Street. Helton will lead off 3-3 as we go to the bottom of the 10th. The right field, and Johnny Herrera would deliver him with this fly ball to right center field. 1-0 Colorado. Jason Hammel, by the way, was cruising along. Carlos Gonzalez, an RBI hit in the 5th inning. Dexter Fowler, who had reached, scores, and then Chris Ianetta hit a long ball in the 6th. And the Rockies were in good shape, up 3-0. Hammel a shutout into the 7th, but the Giants would get a home run from Nate Shearer. It's a pinch hit home run. And then Ground ball down the right field line that turned into an inside the park home run for Andres Torres. And then an RBI base hit from Ishikawa. Todd Helton back live. Takes inside from Dan Runzler.
34th game for him to appear here at the break. You see the number of strikeouts, 29, but also the walks. He's high and tight on Helton's first offering. Then he goes down low on the inner half of the plate. Helton in his last 5 ball games at Coors Field before the back issue came back, 8 for 20, hitting 400 with 3 RBIs and 5 runs scored. Rogers for the Rockies, Ismael Rogers, and then Denny Batista for the Giants now warming up.
And that's a fair ball. 1 out. Seth Smith will step up. Here's something interesting for everybody. The Giants are 12 and 13 this year in 1-run games. The Rockies are 12 and 13 in 1-run games. Strike on Smith.
In an extra inning ball game, what are the Giants starting?
Giants are 5 and 4. The Rockies are 5 and 5. And not a good swing. 0 and 2. Runzler misses outside with a 96-mile-an-hour fastball. Melvin Mora on deck. And he's worked himself back in the count, 2 and 2. Smith doesn't have a ton of at-bats against lefties this year. He's just 5 for 30. Hitting .302 and 162 at-bats against right-handed pitchers. There's the former Rocky. We saw him yesterday, Denny Batista. Two good innings from Houston Street.
Now, Ismael Rogers now warming up because of where they are in the Giant lineup. They have 2 right-handers, Burrell or Uribe. They'll go to as a pinch hitter to lead off the 11th inning. Renteria's right and Rowan's right. So the youngster will get an opportunity to come in and slam the door if the Rockies can't win it here.
Well, that was in on the knuckles. Yeah, the Giants, or excuse me, the Dodgers have taken a 3-1 lead in the 8th inning in Arizona. Rockies need a win to keep pace with San Diego winning. And this is a soft serve to left field for a base hit. Nice job by Smith to get a piece of it. He's aboard with 1 out. The winning run at first.
Well, they're going to see what Bochy's going to do. He's popping out of the dugout after the slider down low and out of the strike zone at 87. Smitty just lengthens the swing and throws the bat at it and dumps it into left field. Bochy's going to make a double switch now. Let's see where this goes. Uribe will come in and play third base now. Sandoval will come out of the ball game. A soft line drive out into left field.
Juan, here comes get to the 10th inning. Rockies still have Hop and Stewart and Olivo available. Only Pat Burl is left of the 4 off the bench for the Giants. Giants carrying an extra pitcher right now. Denny Bautista is in, and he is the 6th pitcher used so far in this ball game by Bruce Bochy. 1 out, Smith at first. Melvin Mora 0 for 3 and a walk will face Bautista. The strikeouts are plenty in the innings pitched, George, but the walks are a concern if you're a Giant fan.
Well, they are, and they should be. 17 walks, 25 2/3, a lot like Casilla and a lot like Romo. But he has the ability to get out of innings because he can strike out a lot of people. Hard throwing right-hander.
You wear the wild pitch also if you're Smith. Bautista ended up getting the win yesterday. He went 2/3 of an inning. He gave up 3 hits and a run, but got the victory. Uribe in the game at 3rd. Ianetta on deck. There's only 3 players in their original spot for the Giants to begin the ball game. Aaron Rowan still in center field. Edgar Renteria is still at short, and Freddie Sanchez is still at second. That's the only thing that's the same for the Giants on defense. Moore's got a battle, down 2 strikes. Two outs. And Chris Ianetta will come up. 2 walks, a home run, and a strikeout. Ianetta, a good fastball hitter. Hit the first walk-off home run of the year for the Rockies back in mid-April against the Mets. Strike 1 at 94 on the inner half.
Now, because of his length, talking about Bautista at 6'8", he has short arms and he comes back out of here. What it does, it's the angle and the leverage he takes advantage of, which makes it difficult for hitters to pick up.
This ball's hit well right center field. Smith will get to third base, and he'll stop there. Good job by Rowan to cut that off. Off the bat, I thought it may be a tweener, and if it is, Smith may very well be in a mosh pit right now at home plate. So Clint Barmes will have an opportunity to win it for the Rockies.
Slider away, and he stayed right on it at 87 miles an hour. It had more of a side move than it did down. And that's when the ball shot out. And Aaron Rowan got over and shut this thing off and then got it back into the infield. Now, Clint Barmes has been a hero all week. Why not continue it? Barnes .316 average with 2 outs and runners in scoring position.
Single last inning. Got a 12-game hitting streak. Good eye. So many big RBIs this year for Barmes. None would be larger than the guy standing at third base, Seth Smith. Tenth inning, tied at 3. Here's the 1-0. 2-0.
Remember, Barmas, against one of the hardest throwers out of their bullpen, turned a single to left field on a heater.
At 100 miles an hour in the ninth inning. That was against Santiago Casilla. Three runs, 10 hits, no errors for both teams. Rockies looking for an 11th hit. Ianetta will move up. And the reason you do that, if you're saying, well, why does he even go? He's immaterial. Is so if you get a ground ball in the hole, the only option is to go to first. There's no force at second. That's why Ianetta moved up there. 2-1. Boy, he got a pitch to hit there. At 97. That's not easy, but it was on the inner half where he likes it.
And elevated a little bit. And that's the key about belt tie. And just a little bit enough tail to spin off of the bat.
2 balls, 2 strikes. In the air, foul down the right field line. George, I got a question for you. Batista will throw a slider, but do you risk throwing a slider with the potential for a wild pitch?
Yeah, I think you do with Whiteside back there, but the only problem is he can't get too quick because he has a tendency to work under. Then it's just a flat fastball at 87. That's what Ianetta smoked the right.
2-2.
There it was.
There it was, and Whiteside blocked it. And now it's a full count. Brad Hopp is on deck to pinch hit if it gets there.
You ought to see on the Hyundai cam that hard slider break. He just snapped a little early. All Whiteside's going to do, look at his eyes. Wants to focus and concentration to keep that thing right in front of him as it bounced.
3-2 on Barmas. Winning run at third. Ball 4. So Brad Hopp, with the bases loaded in the 10th inning, will stride to the plate.
All the left-handers are gone. Hammel and Runsler's out. It's going to be up to Righetti to go talk to this veteran right-handed pitcher and Batista to try to get him in a position throwing strikes.
Two outs. Smith is the only man that counts on base. Tied at 3. Smith punched a single to left behind in the count. Ianetta had a base hit to right center to move Smith to third. Barmas just walked.
You know, the way things have gone around Coors Field of late, I mean, you just anticipate with whoever it is pinch hitting, the Rockies a chance to win, to come through successfully. And it's Hopp's turn. He's had a big base hit already. The drill run run. That was in a couple of games ago.
Crowd standing. Brad Hopp at the plate against Denny Batista. And he drops a slider in there for strike 1.
Not much history here. Just one at bat. Brad Hopp against him.
The Giants have elected to try to take the blue pit away as opposed to maybe a ball that they could get to over their heads. The outfield is very shallow for a guy, obviously, who has a lot of power, Brad Hopp.
A little surprising, plus playing him straight up into the outfield, too. It went back him up about 15, 20 feet, so they have a chance to get back on the ball.
Here's the 1-1. Fouled off, it's 1-2.
Well, this is what guys get paid to do. Pitchers are ahead in count, hitters are behind in count to make a pitch when the game's on the line, and you're in a pennant race. We'll see who wins the battle.
that matters. Seth Smith. 3-3 in the 10th. Two and two. Two balls, two strikes. Hard hit ball, but right at second baseman Sanchez, and we will go to the 11th. Batista works out of it. You feed your wild side. Well, the Rockies had a great opportunity. Brad Hopp hit a one-hopper to Sanchez to end the inning. So it'll be Esmil Rogers, who's been back and forth between Denver and Colorado Springs this year. He's had some impressive moments in a Rockies uniform. He'll handle the 11th inning. It'll be Uribe, Edgar Renteria, and Aaron Rowan, three veteran right-handed hitters.
Last appearance in the big leagues was against the Dodgers, and it was outstanding. 3 innings, 1 hit. He struck out 1 and pitched through 31 pitches. You see how he does. His earned run average fairly high down at AAA. This is the big leagues, and he's feeling much better about being back in a Rocky uniform at the big league level.
Jason Hammel pitched 7+, gave up 2 runs on 7 hits. Both runs, like his last outing, George in San Diego, came in his final inning. First 7 innings were impeccable. Struck out 8, did not walk a batter. Belisle pitched a third of an inning. Beimel gave up a run in a third of an inning. Betancourt a third of an inning. Street, 2 very good innings, allowed 1 hit, struck out 1. And now Rogers here in the 11th. And this is the first at bat for Uribe, who just came in a double switch. Strike 1 on Juan. Power bat. Fouled off. Got Dexter Fowler, George, is playing out near the ivy. Beyond the center field wall.
Nothing over your head. This kind of philosophy, this situation you're in right now. If it wasn't for all the right-handers and this directly in a row in their lineup, probably would have seen 4s in this situation.
This is the 6th game for the Rockies that has gone at least 11 this year. They're 3-2 in the previous 5. Here's another 0-2 pitch. Breaking ball's fouled off. Good location by Hammel Rogers.
He's always been a fastball slider guy, and this year he started to work on the curveball just to put it in the heads of a lot of hitters. Reduce the velocity down. Don't try to overpower it. Shook off the breaking ball from Ianetta. You really have to respect the feelings of a young pitcher.
This ball on the line to right field, and for a moment, George, I thought that Smith may have problems with the lights.
Well, I'm sure he did. They turned him on about a couple of innings ago when they came back up again. The one guy that's kind of fearful for me right now in this lineup is Renteria, just because of what he's done today. A hard line drive to right center field twice. Hard hit ball on the ground up the middle in the 8th inning when they were able to score 3 runs for the 3rd out in the 8th.
Here's Edgar. And he breaks his bat. And this is in no man's land, though. Long run, and Smith gets here. Nice job by Seth Smith. Ordinarily, that would be a play that Dexter Fowler makes, but he's playing no double, so he's playing 400 feet from home plate.
Jam, broken bat, and you see Dexter in his position where he is, and that's why the good break by Smith made it look pretty easy.
Smith doesn't get a ton of credit for it, but he's a real solid outfielder. Spilborghs is a good outfielder, and you know Fowler and Gonzalez are top shelf. Brad Hump has one of the game's best arms. Aaron Rowan, 1 for 4. And he needs new lumber. Hammel Rogers is making like a chainsaw here in the inning. On Rowan. 2-strike count on Rowan.
Fastball registered at 97 miles an hour. Here in a stadium, blows right by him. Slider came back with it. Out of the zone at 87. Close.
Another 2-strike pitch. 96 miles an hour in tight. And Rowan, one of the many products of the Cal State Fullerton baseball program. Brian Wilson's up, George.
And if they catch a lead, he'll come into the ball game. Otherwise, I believe you'll still continue to see motor.
Swung on and missed. Good inning for Rogers. 1, 2, 3. And we'll go to the bottom of the 11th inning. Dexter Fowler will lead it off. When the Giants caught Colorado, and the Rockies nearly won it in the bottom of the 10th. They'll try to get it done here in the bottom of the 11th. Drew Goodman, George Frazier. Dexter Fowler will lead it off. He's had another terrific afternoon at the ballpark. Triple in the 3rd and a run scored, walk and a run scored in the 5th, a single in the 7th, another walk in the 9th. He'll try to reach here against Denny Bautista. He wiggled out of that bases loaded situation last inning, and the heater misses off the outside corner, ball 1. Johnny Herrera on deck. Carlos Gonzalez after that. One on Dexter.
Well, you look at what Jim Tracy did too. He puts Ismael Rogers into the ball game, and he does that for a reason, folks. Flores has gone more than 2 innings just one time this year. And Corpus through yesterday was not very successful, and he's a guy that typically, I mean, he's gone 3 one time, but he's about an inning and a half guy. Ismael Rogers has been stretched out as a starter at Colorado Springs. The other thing is, as far as a hitter is concerned, I mean, there's one guy left on the bench. There's 2 with a levo. You hate to run your backup guy out there, but there's really one guy from the left side that they're going to run up there, and that's going to be Stewart, and that's questionable because of his arm. But you know, I think when he ran him out there, you got a guy that's a former shortstop. He knows how to bunt. He knows he can swing the bat a little bit. Talking about Ismael Rogers. We'll go out and eat some innings up for him.
Ball 4, a leadoff walk to Fowler, and you know Bruce Bochy's head just dropped in the Giant dugout. The last guy he wanted to see reach was Fowler. You have a bat handler coming up in Herrera, and a guy who can fly at first in Dexter Fowler. You live on the edge with a kid like Denny Bautista. And you give him credit for persevering. But he has always had control issues. Fowler has reached 5 times in this game.
Watch how everything's split out defensively. Huff came, Uribe came from the corners. Renteria committed early to the bag. And Sanchez is headed over to first base, even though he's up. See, he's taken off immediately to the bag. Now, you can see where it opens up a lot of things offensively if you get a pitch to slap through that side in a slug bunt situation.
There's the bunt. Herrera got it done. No surprise there. Boy, he has been so valuable.
Oh, now I mean, Bochy for me, he's going to walk Gonzalez. He's not going to face him as one of the hardest hitters in baseball. And as Todd Helton has struggled of late because of the back issue, it wouldn't surprise me to see him walk Gonzalez. I know the thoughts entered his mind whether he does it or not.
I don't see how you pitch to as crazy as it sounds through. It's been a Hall of Fame career. You wouldn't ordinarily pass on somebody to get to number 17, but right now in this situation it's the smart thing to do.
And I hope it fires Todd up. Todd comes up realizing what they've done. And again, whether I think it's a good baseball move too, because you set the double play up with 1 out. I mean, it's a tie game in extra innings, regardless of who's coming up or who's in the on deck circle.
Three and 0. Helton will come up with the winning run at second base and Dexter Fowler. And Bochy is going to remove Bautista.
Wilson still warming up. Yep,
It's Chris Ray, not Wilson. Chris Ray, who just came in the Benji Molina deal from Texas. We will be back, we promise. Have the winning run and Dexter Fowler at second. Todd Helton with one out will face Chris Ray, making his second appearance for the Giants since the trade for Benji Molina. He pitched 2/3 of an inning the other day.
2-0 in a Texas uniform. You see the other numbers that come out, yet to strike out a man. Ray, 2-0, 341 in 35 ball games for the Rangers. He had 6 games finished, 1 save while over there, 31 and 2/3, just 24 hits, struck out 16 and walked 16. 4 home runs given up in 31 and 2/3. This crowd getting on its feet to get behind Todd Helton to drive in this winning run.
The outfield very shallow, but with Fowler's speed, that may not matter on a hit. Second at bat for Helton. He hit a weak ground ball to first last inning. Corner for a strike.
Backdoor curve slash slider, but it's backed up on him at 85 miles an hour.
Another blowing away. Here's the 0-1. Yeah, Jim Tracy's not happy. Todd may have Chris Ray right where he wants him though.
96 miles an hour, lower half of the zone and on the inside corner.
In his career, one of the best 2-strike hitters in the game. And this is a double play ball. We will move on to the 12th inning. Tied at 3. on in the last 4 innings. Second inning of work for SFN Rogers. As we go to the top of the 12th inning, it'll be Nate Shearholtz. And then Andres Torres and Freddie Sanchez. So a sticky portion of the Giant lineup. Shearholtz will have his 3rd at bat. Get a pinch hit home run in the 8th inning to make it 3-1 at the time in favor of the Rockies. Last at bat, he popped to second. Some of this crowd on the 4th of more than 35,000 has said, wait a second, we got barbecues to get to, and have left. A good portion have stayed. Ball 1 on Shearholtz. Two and up. The final now in Arizona. The Dodgers beat the Diamondbacks 3-1. Managerial change, George, hasn't seemed to have made much of a difference.
No, it hadn't been. I think it'll take some time for those effects to come into it. Former Rocky Jerry DiPoto as a general manager. Another situation where he may have to put his stamp on there and start moving some of those guys and try to collect things to make this club a little bit better.
2-1 on Shearholtz. Rockies outfield very deep, and that's low. 3-1. Well, I really like the complexion of last inning from the Rockies standpoint, George, with Fowler and his wheels at second base and 1 out. And that whole at bat changed on the first pitch, I think, really, because Paul Noward called a pitch that looked like it was well off the plate, a strike on Helt, and it forced him to fire at a pitcher's pitch, eventually 0-2, and grounded into the easy 6-3 double play. Part of the game, though. Here's the 3-2, and it's on the ground to second. Herrera to Helt, 1 out. I'll bring up Torres. Torres today has been on base 4 out of 5 plate appearances. He struck out in the first. Since then, a walk, a single, an inside the park home run, and another single.
That's kind of tough. 8th inning on this inside the park home run. Just shot right by the bag and Giambi down into that corner. And again, scoreboards just took a gamble. He tried to cut it off. It got by him, and then it was off to the races.
One and two. Peeking ahead again at the 12th inning. It'll be Smith, Mora, and Ianetta. No swing.
Well, look at it. A ball down in the dirt. Tried to induce it. Just didn't happen. He was able to hold that up on a hard slider. Got that.
That was a great pitcher's pitch from SFN Rogers. His second strikeout. It is his second inning of work.
It's all about placement on the Hyundai cam. You're going to see it. I mean, Ianetta didn't even have to hardly move his glove.
One thing he's improved on, George, the word on Rogers over the last couple of years, great arm, converted shortstop, but the fastball pretty straight. There was a lot of run on that fastball.
Pretty good sink to it there. Good extension to the plate field as it again at 95 miles an hour. Freddie Sanchez.
Freddie's 1 for 5. His base hit came back in the first. Two outs and a 2-strike count on Freddie Sanchez. Johnny Herrera on the backhand. Well done. 1-2-3 inning again for Rogers. And back to the back rack for the Rockies in the 12th. Smith will lead it off. Third inning, Johnny Herrera sac fly to deliver Dexter Fowler, who had tripled with the first run of the ball game. That against Matt Cain. And then a base hit to drive in Dexter Fowler from Carlos Gonzalez, 2-0. Jason Hammel was pitching a wonderful game, and then the Rockies got a home run from Chris Ianetta, also against Matt Cain. But in the 8th inning, Hammel gave up a solo home run to the pinch hitter Nate Shearholtz, and then a inside the park home run to Andres Torres down the line. The Giants would carve out another run in that 8th inning, and the base hit by Travis Ishikawa to bring home Kung Fu Panda. And we've been locked in at 3-3 since then. Both bullpens have done a good job. The Rockies have had the scoring opportunities. The Giants have been pretty quiet so far. Here's Seth Smith. It's his third at bat. He's 1 for 2, facing Chris Ray. Inside ball 1. George, you talk about a max effort guy getting it to the plate. That's Chris Ray.
Just real herky-jerky up on the upper half of his body, and it makes it a little more deception for him. His fastball will get to 95, 96. When they made this trade, I think they were just looking for a ball club that would take on Bench and Molina to open up an opportunity, because a lot of times, let's be honest, with a veteran guy that's played every day, and all of a sudden you set him on the bench for a younger kid, he becomes cancerous or malcontent and wants to play all the time. I was surprised that they took a pitcher back versus a bat from the Rangers, because they need offense more than they need bullpen help.
2-0's in there, 2-1. Seth Smith, the ability to end it with one swing. Man, this is hit hard, but it's right at Sanchez. I'll tell you what, Sanchez almost pulled a Steve Sachs there.
Trying to play catch with the Rockies dugout.
Aubrey Huff had to reach probably a little more than he wanted to.
We had a lot of fun with Steve Sachs when he got the yips and couldn't throw the ball to first base during game times. A lot of guys in the dugout, hey, give me the, come on, Saxy, you can get it to us. Well, you see Huff there, he wasn't anticipating the hard cutter that came.
Melvin Mora 0 for 4 and a walk.
You know what? I guarantee it.
Handle that one.
Paul Nauert's wondering why they gave the catchers a glove today. He's been hit 2 or 3 times on balls that were swung through or pitched through. And
this is a fly ball to right center field. Easy play. 2 outs. That'll bring up Ianetta. He's had a productive ball game. A walk, a home run. His 4th of the year. A strikeout, and then a line single to right center in the 10th inning. Rockies had the bases loaded at 2 outs in the 10th. Brad Hopp hit a 1-hopper to Sanchez to end that inning. In the 11th inning, they had Fowler and Gonzalez on. Todd Helton hit into a 6-3 double play. In the 9th inning, they had runners at first and second. Herrera caught looking on a 3-2 pitch, and Gonzalez hit a fly ball to left. So the Rockies have had a runner in scoring position in all 3 sudden death innings, if you will. They've been a hit away from winning this thing 3 times. 2 outs, nobody on. 1-1 on Ianetta. For the Giants, if it does go to 13, Huff will lead it off, and then Chris Ray's spot comes up.
That's where Burrell will come into it, I think, unless a guy gets on base, and they might use Lincecum or a pitcher to bunt him over.
2-2. Burrell is the last man on that Giant bench. They've traded out catchers.
Zito swings it okay. I'm trying to think, starting pitchers that they might have that you could be able to go to. There's a couple of times this entire year that Ray's gone more than 1 inning in an appearance.
What else, George? You talk about the fact that they have really 2.5 catchers, because Sandoval grew up catching.
He's gone.
He's out of the ball game. Eli Whiteside came in, and we don't know why he pinch ran for Buster Posey, checking next door with Mike Krukow and Dwayne Kuiper. They had no idea as to why that move was made. So if Whiteside gets nicked, they're in trouble. 3-2. Varmus on deck. If Ianetta were to reach. Bottom of inning number 12. Bonus holiday baseball. Played 4 hours and 15 minutes. Strike 3. And we'll play longer. We'll go to the 13th at Coors Field. Three, 10 hits apiece. With George Frazier, I'm Drew Goodman. It'll be the 3rd inning of work for Emil Rogers. Here's who's left on Bruce Bochy's bench. Pat Burrell. And he's in the on-deck circle. Aubrey Huff will lead it off. Here's the Rockies bullpen. Manuel Corpus on the right side. Randy Flores on the left side.
There's Pat Burrell.
Yeah, just mentioned that.
Interesting with Burrell. He's 0 for 3 pinch hitting, but he has 2 RBIs. So some sacrifice flies for them.
Rockies have tomorrow off. The Giants do not. They'll play in Milwaukee tomorrow.
We've got 4 in Milwaukee and then 3 in Washington, D.C. What a road trip. For the break, and they only have 3 days off at the All-Star break. If you just came in off the golf course, missed when Drew Rockies get 4 days off.
Line drive right field, and it's misplayed by Smith. And Huff is going to have a chance to go all the way to 3rd. And a wild throw that fortunately Rogers was backing up. Garmis threw it off balance. It got past Melvin Mora. A hard hit sinking line drive that Smith thought he could make the catch on, and it got by him. So a leadoff man at third base in Aubrey Huff.
Let's look at this pitch. Fastball inner half at 95 miles an hour. I tell you, Huff's got a quick bat, man. This thing to right field right here, and it was sinking, hard sinking. And it's just up to picks hit up where the ball is, and then where things could go. And then here he comes into third base, and the throw offline. Wisely held up.
And a swing and a miss. Pat Burrell could hit it a mile. He'll also punch out. Rockies playing their infield halfway.
2 strikeouts so far for Ishmael Rogers. He can do that. We need one right here badly.
It is being scored. A triple. Swung on and missed again. And looking ahead, George, you know, it's got to happen, but Burrow's 0-2. He strikes out. The guy on deck, Eli Whiteside, will strike out. And Uribe, he gets up there, there'd be 2 outs, but first things first, that just missed. 1 and 2. I think Rogers thought he had him punched out.
Well, you wonder too whether he thought maybe why didn't, how could you not swing at it, because it wasn't far off the plate. 96-mile-an-hour fastball from Rogers.
Got him on a cutter away. I don't know if he intended to have that cut, George, at 96, but it did.
Well, it wasn't a pitch of where, I have to say no, Drew, only because of where Ianetta set up. He wants the ball in the inside part, and see how far he stretched, almost 2.5 feet to catch the baseball in the Hyundai camp. Don't really care. He's out on a swing and miss.
That's one. Infield stays right where they are, trying to cut down Huff if he goes on contact. Eli Whiteside pinch ran in the 8th inning. He struck out in the 10th. That's his only at bat. Oh and 1. Whiteside in 84 at bats has struck out 85 at bats, has struck out 24 times. So once every 3.5 at bats. Here's the 0-1, and they pitch out in case the squeeze was on. Tommy Runnels, Jim Tracy. I like that move. It's the Rockies brain trust. One and 1 on Whiteside. Not even close. To steal your line, George, you couldn't hit that with a boat paddle.
Couldn't hit the ocean with a boat paddle. That's exactly what happened. This is a very, very hard slider. And it appeared and stayed up about a little bit above knee height at the initial direction to the plate, and it just dove off the end of the plate. Give him another one.
2. Ianetta sets up away, slider. Did he get that on the hop?
Well, I'm trying to even touch it. I guess obviously he did. He didn't take off running with first base open. And that's the dangers you're just worried about a lot of times on the Hyundai cam. Well, he got it right before it got to the ground. Huff at third base. Flannery, very aggressive coach at third base. You saw that on the inside the park home run.
You get to the 13th, you're going to be aggressive. Swing on and missed. Ishmael Rogers fans Whiteside. Now the infield can drop back. 2 outs. You're not out of the woods yet. You have to deal with Juan Uribe.
Man, that's the one thing you got to recognize as a young player, that when you do get in these situations, great breaking ball. You get in this situation here, and that's why Jim Tracy's going out to talk to him. A lot of times you get 2 outs and you go, whew, you just kind of exhale. And I think that's the hard part. You got to keep that motor running, that adrenaline going, and finish off this inning with a runner at third base. You've done a tremendous job with 2 straight strikeouts. Continue to put the pressure on.
And when it's a message like that, Jim Tracy likes to deliver it. So Rogers 2/3 of the way to getting out of a serious jam. A leadoff triple. And leadoff triples score 87.5% of the time. They will walk Uribe and pitch to Renteria.
Makes sense. Guy's got 46 RBIs, 12 home runs, talking about Juan Uribe versus a guy, Edgar Renteria. And I understand Edgar has a long history of success, but he doesn't have a lot of history with facing this guy. So I think that's something that plays into your advantage. Plus, he's been hurt. He hadn't played regularly. That works in to the advantage of the Rockies pitching staff.
It's 0 for 5.
He's had a couple of balls hit hard today. Renteria, these two have never, ever matched up. Advantage Rogers.
So Renteria steps in with 2 outs. Huff at third. Uribe at first. Ball 1.
The only fear you have as a manager, having a young pitcher walk somebody during the inning to create force outs, to create situations to put him in to win the battle, is that after walking him, does he regain the same arm slot? Does he go back right at guys? And I think Ishmael's one of those guys that can do that.
Good pitch. 1-1. 13th inning. 3rd inning of work for Rogers, who's been marvelous. Good job by Ianetta, staying with that pitch. That is one position where you can't have the slightest of lapses in terms of concentration. Here's the 2-1. On the ground is short. And what a job by Rogers. Leadoff triple, and Huff got no further. Farmas will lead it off in the bottom half of inning. We don't want to see the 14th inning. Miguel Olivo got a bat in his hand. He's got the gloves on. See if that indicates anything. The Rockies have Stewart left, but we don't know if Stewart can swing the bat. His elbow really blew up after being hit yesterday.
Well, if Barmes gets on base, you're going to see Rogers try to bunt him up to second base and then carry it over. If he doesn't get on base, you may still see Rogers swing the bat.
Brian Wilson, George, the Giant closers in the game, not Guillermo Mota.
And the shots of Stewart in the dugout standing next to the bat rack with a helmet on.
Well, evidently Stewart can't swing the bat.
33rd game for him to appear in. 22 of 24 in save opportunities. Very good earned run average, strikeouts, and walks. He's an all-star.
Interesting move by Bruce Bochy, but Mota's been torched of late. 9 runs in his last 9 2/3. And this ball to the gap in left center field. It'll drop and be cut off by Torres. Thought it was hit harder initially off the bat than it was, but it's a lead single for Barmes. His 3rd time on base today. He stays hot. And Esmil Rogers, who did a marvelous job after that leadoff triple, striking out 2, and after an intentional walk, getting the ground ball to end the inning off the bat of Edgar Renteria, former position player when he was in the Dominican Summer League. A shortstop for 2 years, so this is not foreign to him. He'll try to get the bunt down. He's 0 for 1 in that attempt. Good bunt, really good bunt. Technique was excellent. And the Rockies again have the winning run, a base hit away from scoring. They have speed out there at Barmes. Dexter Fowler coming up. They've been 1 hit shy, George, since the 9th inning. The only inning they haven't threatened since the bottom of the 9th was the 12th when they went in order.
I'm trying to look over right now to see how Bruce Bochy was going to play this. If he would try to set up a force by walking Fowler. He'd like to see him in this thing with a strikeout artist on the mound. That's Wilson. 47 strikeouts on the season.
I don't think, George, you can do that because then you put potentially Gonzalez's bat in play.
Well, that's why you don't do it unless you think he can get a ground ball out with Johnny Herrera. That's the only reason you do it.
1-0. Brian Wilson working at Dexter Fowler. Around the corner, 1-1. Middle infielders try to keep Barmes pretty close. Barmes will try to get that good secondary lead. 1 out. Fowler with a 1-1 count. Way inside. Dexter has walked 3 times in this game. He also has a triple and a single. The triple is 6th for the year. The only time he was retired back in the 1st inning when Matt Cain struck him out. The 2-1, 3-1. Dexter, George, has really just picked up in the big leagues from what he was doing down in AAA with the Sky Sox.
He's done a wonderful job, and it hasn't just been a Punch and Judy singles hitter either. It's been triples after triples and long balls. I mean, it has been hitting with some authority.
Here's the 3-1. Ball 4. He's walked again, and Herrera will come up. Herrera has 3 sacrifices in this game. A sac fly way back in the 3rd. Give the Rockies their first run and a couple of sac bunts. High ball 1. He has a hit in 14 of his 15 starts. He's yet to get one today, though he's had a real good day offensively, based on what I just mentioned. Outfield shortens up. 2-0. George, you were a reliever for a long time. Wilson really in a different situation than he's accustomed to.
Well, it is. I mean, you're in a tie ball game. It's extra innings. You normally coming in and saving, but it's an adrenaline rush either way. I mean, this is what you live for. Back end of a game, tie score, up 1.
He may be taking a strike, and it's outside 3-0.
He's giving a couple of looks at Paul Merrill on ball's outside corner. Not happy with where the ball has been caught or either called. He's yet to get a ball in the strike zone yet. Against Johnny Herrera, it's 3-0.
Carlos Gonzalez watching his childhood friend Johnny Herrera at the plate. 3-2.
Well, he might have missed a couple of earlier ones. He may have missed one here too. It's called a strike off the plate at 96.
Here's the payoff pitch. A big Baltimore chop. This is going to be tough to get anybody. Bases loaded. Bases loaded for Carlos Gonzalez. A number of ways now the Rockies can win it with just 1 out.
You better believe there he is. Ball right off of home plate, hit so high. Renteria going to try to time the bounce to make the throw. Fakes the throw to see if he can catch Barmes rounding 3rd. Good job by Rich Dower and Barmes.
So here we go. Carlos Gonzalez at the plate with the bases loaded. The infield has to come in. The outfield's got to come in. Barmes at 3rd. Outside, ball 1. The Rockies RBI leader and perhaps an all-star. If he's voted in, he's one of 5 that you can vote online for over the next several days. He's deserving to be in Anaheim. Missed on a 98-mile-an-hour heater. Barnes, a leadoff single. Both Gonzalez and Wilson collect their thoughts. Here we go. 1-1. Whiteside had to come out of that crouch in a hurry.
You never see him do this very much, and that, again, that's something that with Wilson typically throws a lot of strikes.
The 2-1. Foul tip. It's 2-2. Another fastball at 98. Wilson worked 4 outs in yesterday's ball game. His next pitch will be his 20th. And he strikes out Gonzalez for the 2nd out of the inning, and it'll be left to Todd Helton.
All 3 pitches swung and missed at appear to be fastballs that are riding up. The ball in Hyundai cam, you can see exactly where it went.
3rd at bat for Helton, 0 for 2 since coming into the ball game. Now ball to first, and a 6-3 double play. He had a quality hack there. He got the barrel out. Here's what I don't understand, George. The outfield hasn't really deepened up at all. There's 2 outs.
Yeah, I don't understand that. I was looking down at Ron Wotus, the bench coach, and Bruce Bochy and Roberto Kelly, why that outfield would be so short.
I mean, are you kidding me? Aaron Rowan is playing like there's a relief pitcher at
You know
bat.
what? That's a good question to ask Bochy the next time you see him, or even Jim Tracy tomorrow.
Marmus, I guarantee you, is on his toes at 3rd base. That ball gets away in any manner, he's going to be flying toward the plate.
This is a guy that Todd Helton's had a lot of success against. 5 for 9. You need it now. Fastball elevated up the zone. It was there, 98 miles an hour.
1-2 on Todd.
Well, hardest pitches to try to catch up to. Anything above that belt line area, at that velocity is hard to make solid contact.
Wilson working Gonzalez up, George, and he's had the same approach with Helton. Two and 2 on Helton. 3 and 2. You have one of the best eyes in the business at the plate, Todd Helton. Bases loaded. Tied at 3. Rockies trying to win it here in the bottom of the 13th. Everybody on their feet. Strike 3. And the Rockies do not capitalize on an unbelievable opportunity, and we play off. base from the 9th inning on. They have left 10 on since the bottom of the 9th. And a season high 16 left on. 7 in extra innings. You include the bottom of the 9th when they left the bases loaded. It's 10. Hammel Rogers will begin his 4th inning of work. And strike 1 on Aaron Rowan.
Delivery looks so much like Shashin. It looks an awful lot like Ubaldo Jimenez. This really stays on line, using a little bit of a long arm action. By staying on line, meaning when that hand comes out of the glove, it goes right down the backside of that body line and then right through the home plate area. It's not falling off either side at all. That creates a pretty good breaking ball and also creates pretty good fastball velocity. Good job there.
That is strikeout number 5 for Hammel Rogers since he came on in 3 1/3.
And he got way up on top of this hard slider and kept it away from him. And obviously Aaron Rowan didn't get a read on it.
Nate Shearholtz with his 4th at bat.
There's Mota. He's starting to get loose. I guess, Bochy may be thinking that we're not going to let Wilson go more than one.
Again, he threw 20+ pitches in the inning, and they were high pressure pitches, obviously. And he threw an inning and a third last night. They play in Milwaukee tomorrow.
That's why.
And Mota's the last man down there, and Mota is the guy that Bochy was trying to avoid because, similar right now to Manuel Corpus, he hasn't been going well. We just looked a little closer at the schedule. For whatever reason, they're playing a 3 p.m. ball game tomorrow in Milwaukee, George. So, it's a quick turnaround. Here's the 1-2. 2-2. It's a 3:10 local start. Two. Pulled on the ground. Helton comes up with it to Rogers for the out. Great play by Todd Helton.
Still has the glove. It may always not work on the bat this year, but that glove can save you a lot of ball games, a lot of base hits, and from his knees, a perfect feed to Hammel Rogers.
This ball game now 4 hours and 51 minutes old, so it's eclipsed the longest game of the year by 3 minutes. Rockies on June 24th against Boston played a 4:48 game. Here's Torres with 2 outs, down low, ball 1.
Well, if you get a W out of it, you don't really care how long you stay.
No, you don't. And with the W, the Rockies would move to 44 and 38. And this is a base hit for Torres. That's just the second hit allowed by Rogers, George. And the triple by Huff was hit very hard, but Smith had a chance to catch the baseball.
Absolutely did.
So, in some ways, and again, that ball was smoked. I'm talking about the triple, and that ball was hit hard, but the first maybe fully legitimate hit against Hammel Rogers, who's done a tremendous job. Now he's got to get the 3rd out here in the 14th. Freddie Sanchez is 1 for 6. Torres can run at first. He has Rogers' attention. Rockies in the bottom half of this 14th inning will have Smith, Melvin Mora, and Chris Ianetta. Maybe one of those ball games, George, where somebody just got to hit it out and trot around the bases, because they've had enough chances to get just a single, and when even a sac fly last inning would have won it with Gonzalez at the plate. Torres takes off. Big jump. Throw by Ianetta. He's out by a mile. What a throw by Chris Ianetta. He wasn't even sure it was the third out. Chris, head to the dugout. That was a perfect throw. The Rockies have had numerous opportunities to win this. They've fallen a hit, in some cases a fly ball shot. Last man in the Giant bullpen is the veteran Guillermo Mota, who used to work for Jim Tracy in a Dodger uniform, and he has not been pitching well, George, of late.
Strikeouts, that's one thing he could do when he was with the Dodgers. Since then, it's a little more contact. 290, 35 ball games. Earned run average 290. He has 7 holes on the season, giving up 1 home run in those 31 innings of work. Walked 8. He'll get Seth Smith to start off the inning.
But in his last 11 games, covering 9 2/3, he's given up 9 runs. And he's also walked 6 men in that period of time after just 1 free pass in his previous 23 ball games. And guess what? It started to rain.
Now, Doug, you said it was going to rain at 6:04 tonight. You did. I thought, no big deal. Game be over with by then. No, what's the big deal? Is it a clear-up shower, Doug? Check the computer. What's that mean? Did somebody hit it out like we ordered it?
It's gone Kane, Affelt, Romo, Casilla, Runzler, Batista, Ray, Wilson, and Mota. 1-0 on Seth Smith. 1 for 3 since entering the ball game for Spilborghs. High drive that's going foul.
Somebody's getting in their plate. Did he hit it far enough? No. Ranch Club right over there. We saw Stewart hit a guy on a fly yesterday.
A little lightning above Coors Field.
I don't know what it was like where you grew up, but that wasn't too little. It's pretty big.
Don't even think it.
Inside. Hi, Smitty. Huh, buddy? Little lightning. I'm shooter. That's right.
2-1. Brian Wilson worked an inning, gave up a couple of hits, walked a batter, struck out 2. 3-1. Melvin Mora on deck. Yeah, Yesterday we had Jimenez and Zito going. We had 19 runs. That's a strike. Today, Kane and Hammel were terrific. And we're in the 14th inning with just 6 runs. Giants have only 2 hits in extra innings. Ball 4, and here we go again. Rockies have the winning run on. The only inning they haven't had a base runner was the 12th inning. Now I'm going back and covering now this whole ball game, George. The only inning they haven't had a base runner other than the 12th was the first inning when Kane had a 1-2-3 start.
That's right.
The Rockies have had traffic galore in this game, yet only 3 runs. So Mota walked Smith. Melvin Moore will try to move it. Get out of the way first. 1-0. Moore not bunting, and the runner going. Smith will go to third. He's there with nobody out on the throwing error by Eli Whiteside. Stolen base for Smith.
And that ball skipped, and when this water is starting to get a little bit on this grass, it's going to sail on you anyway, and I think that's something he dealt with, because earlier Renteria was able to pick one. This one he can't pick. It's off to the shortstop side. He tried to sweep it and tag it. Doesn't work out. Rowan gets the baseball. Now you got Smith at third base. A 2-0 count on Mora. They're going to probably
you got to load them up, don't you?
Walk the bases loaded with Mora and Ianetta. And it'll be up to Clint Barmas to make contact.
Smith, stay on your toes. Wet baseball. Nothing's automatic in this game, even an intentional walk. And I guarantee, I know I've seen it, George, I know you've seen it. A wild pitch at some point on an intentional walk.
I saw one of the first broadcasts I ever did in Minnesota. It was Larry Parrish. Parrish was catching, and his pitcher, first batter, the bases loaded, to it all the way over his head up the screen.
Assuming they go do the same thing with Ianetta, which is the normal course of action, it would bring Barmas to the plate.
We're looking at all the numbers like everybody else is. Ianetta 1 for 4 against him. They're going to go ahead and pitch to him. Yet infield in. They weren't comfortable going with Mora versus Mota.
Why would you? I don't get this.
I don't either.
Now he's standing.
Now he's standing up. Go ahead and walk him.
You got to do this.
You have to do this as a manager. You load up, get forces where you can come to the plate and get it out. It's the only choice Bruce Bochy had, and then you've got Clint Barmas coming up. He's one of the hottest Rockies hitters of late.
Doug just handed me a note that I can't believe, because, you know, go back to the pre-Humidor days when there was a lot of offense and long ball games and tons of runs. This is only the 5th 5-hour game in Rockies history, and only the 2nd ever at Coors Field. One thing's guaranteed, folks. 4th of July weekend, you're going to see some strange things. You're going to see a lot of runs. You're going to see a great comeback by the Rockies typically, and you may see a really long ball game. So now they're loaded up, nobody out. Bruce Bochy will come out and talk to Guillermo Mota. And Clint Barmas is looking to hit a fly ball to the outfield of some depth. Smith is at third base. The Rockies left him loaded in the 10th. They left 2 on in the 11th. Going back to the 9th, they left 2 on. They left the bases loaded in the 13th. Well, we flash back 14 innings against the Giants. Spilbrooks hit a grand slam. That one is for the Rockies. 14th inning, Giants. We don't need a grand slam here. The Rockies just need a fly ball.
Shook off the fastball, went to slider.
Just the speed out. Get out of play. Yep. 1-1. Miguel Olivo has come out on deck. Infield in, outfield in, bases loaded, nobody out. Barmes, one of the hottest hitters in the National League the last 5 weeks. Especially the last week and a half. Here's the 1-1. Whoop, whoop. That foul ball was about 6 feet from hitting Miguel Olivo in the on-deck circle. Hitting coaches like to remind their hitters in this situation, all the pressure's on the guy on the hill. Clint may be a little anxious there. 1-2. We just don't want the heavens to really open up above before the Rockies can win this thing, hopefully in the 14th. Steady rain falling, lightning and thunder overhead. Two. Swung on and missed. 1 out.
Probably the best slider he's thrown all day. 87 miles an hour, right on the outer half of the plate. And a lot of great late movement to the baseball as it came in. He just had a little bitty cut, just a little dive right out front. And that created the swing and miss by Clint. He just got under it.
You got Miguel Olivo, who was shunned today by the voters, not being elected to the National League All-Star team despite leading all catchers in batting average and slugging percentage. Swung on and missed. 0-1.
And the left-handed Flores, hopefully he won't see the field today, but he is loosening up to come on to pitch the top half of the 15th if you get there.
Smith at third. With the bases loaded. A leadoff walk. He stole second, reached third on a throwing error by the catcher Eli Whiteside.
Interesting too to watch Moore out at second, pointing towards right field. In other words, think about staying behind the ball and hit that ball to the right side.
2-1. Good job by Oliva. Miguel this year never going to be confused with a guy that walks a lot, an ultra patient type hitter, but he has shown more discipline at the plate. One of the reasons he brings a 300+ average to the ballpark. 2-1. And another check swing, foul ball. Barmes did the same thing. 2-2. You got to feel like the Giants are on borrowed time. I mean, how many opportunities can you have from the Rockies' perspective?
Great opportunities, too.
Unbelievable opportunities. Get the ball to the outfield. Easier said than done, but here's the 2-2. 3-2. This is a situation last inning, well, with 2 outs with Helton at the plate. And again, all the heat on the longtime veteran Guillermo Moda. Bases full of Rockies. Bottom of inning number 14, tied at 3. Miguel Olivo at the plate. Fly ball to shallow left.
Gotta go.
Smith taken off. Here's the throw to the plate. It's in plenty of time. Out at the plate. The Rockies fail to score. Bases loaded, nobody out. Moda somehow works out of it. And like you at home, I can't believe it. We'll go to the 15th. From Andres Torres on a very shallow fly ball off the bat of Miguel Olivo. And he made a solid throw. Whiteside easily tagged out Seth Smith. The Rockies have now left 18 on base, which ties a club record. It's almost unbelievable if you're watching this thing to see how many opportunities, and great opportunities, the Rockies have had from the bottom of the 9th forward and have failed to score a single run. Randy Flores, second to last man in the Rockies bullpen after 4 wonderful innings by Esmil Rogers, will take over here in the top of the 15th. Freddie Sanchez, Aubrey Huff, and then the pitcher spot, and there's no more position players left for the Giants. And they don't have any pitchers left anyhow, so Moda's got to hit.
Well, the guys that are going to throw 2 days from now have already thrown a bullpen today. You're not going to run and risk an injury to one of your starters.
What a bizarre ball game this has been. Freddie Sanchez against Flores. And on one hop, Herrera throws him out. The Rockies in the last 2 innings. Last inning, bases loaded, nobody out. The previous inning, George, bases loaded, 1 out. I mean, you're going to get a run in those situations 90+% of the time. Not a sabermetrician, but I feel pretty safe in throwing that figure out.
Well, I mean, you know, it's unbelievable. I think it might be a little higher than that.
Flores to dangerous man Aubrey Huff. 1-2. Two balls, two strikes. By the way, if you're wondering, the Rockies did not change out Olivo for Ianetta. It's still Ianetta behind the plate. The Rockies have one position player left, and that's Ian Stewart. Good news is he'll at the top of the order again next inning. Dexter Fowler on base virtually every time today. Dexter may just have to reach and go Jackie Robinson, steal second, third, and the plate.
Well, something's going to give sooner or later here, because they can't go like a spring training game called timeout. We don't have any pitching left. They'll pick it up next time.
This ball's pulled foul. You've been on the other end of things, George. When you pull the outfield in and the infield in, you have to intentionally pass two guys to load the bases with nobody out.
Doesn't feel real good.
No, I mean, if you're in the Giant dugout or you're out in the field, you're hopeful, but you're not real optimistic.
No, I mean, the worst part about it is for the pitcher standing up. Ball jumped up on John Herrera. He's going to be upset. Just second error on John.
And now that's going to allow Mota to bunt.
You wonder how many times he's bunted, but it doesn't matter. He's going to have to come to the plate and do something with it. See what this ball does. 1, 2, and then right there at the very end, just crawled up on the glove and got between Johnny. He's staying down on it, but see, there's that hop that caught him right on the leg. Right on your Hyundai cam.
Now Mota, look at this. Couple home runs, 200+ average. He's bunting here, but for a relief pitcher.
One of those former guys that was a middle infielder, maybe. Is he one of those guys that signed? I think he was, actually.
He was a convert, if I remember back. Bump down, and Eli Whiteside will come up. Whiteside has struck out his last 2 plate appearances. In fact, there's only 2 plate appearances. He came on a pinch run for Buster Posey in the 8th inning. And he pops this one up. Herrera makes the catch. No harm done by the error. Let's see how the bottom of the 15th works. 3-3.
hits, each team with 3 runs. There's only been 1 error committed, and that was in the top of the 15th inning. Mota stays in the ball game. Everybody else at their position. There's a lot of fans sitting through the rain here trying to see if the Rockies can pull this off. Dexter Fowler will lead off here in the bottom of the 15th inning. It's 1, 2, 3 for the Rockies. Fowler, Herrera, and Gonzalez. Well, the pitch just way out of the bases loaded jam after initial walk. They loaded the bases, and then a strikeout by Barma, so Lee will fly it out. Tell you what, tough. Fly ball to left field and then a tag at the plate.
Rain pretty steady now. Dexter Fowler against Mota. Four walks today. Did you mention that, George, while I was away? Rockies have left a club record tying 18 on. 1-1. How sore is Paul Mauer going to be? How many pitches has he crouched for?
How many times has he been hit?
Yeah, that too. Yeah. Glenn Allen Hill. That soared right over his head. 1-2. One and two on Dexter in the 15th, leading things off. I was hoping everybody would move up there, George.
Still a lot of people said that.
You know what? You could go to the California tiebreaker like they do
no,
in youth
not
baseball.
happening.
Put the guy in second
No,
base. No,
not happening.
Our director, Jim Armitrad, had a great line. He goes, right now you could put them on third with nobody out and they wouldn't get in. That has been the story, at least from the Rockies' perspective here in extra innings. Ball 3-2. This is now the 4th longest game in terms of innings played for the Rockies. 94 on the 4th of July, they played a 15-inning affair against the Cubs at Wrigley. This is hit well left center field. Really well. Off the very top of the wall. Fowler will have another triple.
Well, I tell you what, he showed a power stroke at me since coming back. That ball was smoked into left center field.
I'm watching Rowan tear after that, and I'm thinking the same thing you did, George. He hit that 420 feet to the opposite field.
7th time Dexter has been on base today.
I bet you, you know what, I have no idea, Doug, I don't want to kill you here, but that's got to be a record this season. Has anybody else been on base in a single game 7 times?
Now, even though 4 of those have been a walk, he's had 2 triples in this game and a single.
And you know what, we're going to repeat what we just saw. They're going to have to walk the bases loaded again.
They have to.
I'm writing things down furiously, George. How on that replay, how close was that to leaving the ballpark?
It was down lower. It hit the bottom of the wall. It wasn't going to get out.
If that takes an awkward kick, and you know you have the angle of the wall in that neighborhood, Dexter was already at third. And now on time, this is the longest game in Coors Field history. A lot of people here at the ballpark, us included, having to put the barbecue on hold. I hope you're enjoying dinner at home. Herrera goes to first. Now Gonzalez will come up. And And they'll have to pass on Gonzalez as well. I've never seen this in all of my years watching baseball, George. Back-to-back innings where you had a leadoff man at third and you have to walk him. Because usually when you do see it happen, it's a loss for the team in the field.
Yes, it is. That's why when you come to the park, you see something different every day.
It will bring Helton up, assuming they execute this intentional walk. And it'll give Todd his third opportunity to be the hero in this ballgame. In terms of the Rockies, Dexter reaching 7 times. Todd Helton in a ball game back in 2003 reached 7 times in a 13-inning ball game against the Cardinals. He reached all 7 plate appearances. Dexter 7 for 8, 7 in a row. So Helton against Mota. And you know they've matched up a bunch over the years.
Oh, absolutely they have. And Helton will get his shot at him. And this is back some things have changed. I mean, Mota's now kind of one of those guys. He's liable to throw down. But
Todd 6 for 11.
As I was getting ready to say, just
you got it. I didn't know you were looking at him.
6 for 11, absolutely. 6 for 11 against him. No long balls because Mota threw hard. Todd will take the ball to the opposite field, and the outfield is on the shallow infield at this time.
Todd hits a high fly ball to fairly deep left. This will get it done. Here comes Fowler. Start the barbecue, everybody. Rockies win it in 15 on a sac fly off the bat of Helton. 4-3 final. Eat up, everybody. It only took 5.5 hours, basically.